Colombia to Warsaw, Poland, our mission of sustainability continues. At the final event of the 4th International Congress on Biorefineries and Renewable Energy supported by ICT, we will bring together innovators, technology developers, researchers, local, regional and national governments, and representatives of the WAYU community to present solutions to the challenges of sustainable development in La Guajira, Colombia. These challenges were identified by different stakeholders. That is why in Warsaw we will address disruptive ideas and solutions on empowering our communities in new technologies, improving our technological infrastructure from the ground up, ensuring a continuous and affordable supply of clean drinking water, developing sustainable hydrogen projects, contributing to Colombia's just energy transition, promote global collaboration and diplomacy in science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship to generate alliances to address these challenges. We thank everyone who has contributed to this process. The revolution of sustainable development in La Guajira has begun, and all of you are a fundamental part of this change. Our next meeting will be on 20 September for the final event. Together we can transform ideas into concrete actions. We look forward to seeing you to close this cycle of innovation and sustainability.
With us from the Embassy of Colombia is representing I am from Colombia, our government here in Colombia, and we will have these two special people here welcoming you in this conference, this meeting, let's say, or in this workshop. We can have different things today. Thank you so much. Adam, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Juan Carlos, for giving me the opportunity to welcome you in Warsaw. So as Juan Carlos said, we are at the Institute of Physical Chemistry. We act under the umbrella of Polish Academy of Sciences, one of the biggest, the largest scientific organization in Poland. So we have one guest with us. I went through the program. So one of it is Juan Sebastian Bayona, the first secretary of the Colombian Embassy in Poland. So welcome to our institute. And we have great keynotes and panelists. You can read them in all the materials that the organizers provided us. So maybe a few words about the institute. The institute was founded 69 years ago. And we are always keen to solve problems. So this is the inspiration. And I always think about our institute as the place that is inspired by the real problems. And just to give you an example, very recently, a spin-off company of our institute sold a tabletop PCR-1 that is able to make a PCR analysis in just 2 hours, not in 24 hours. So we try to make a real impact. And we work in 3 major areas. This is this medical diagnostics that I said, there's photonics and catalysis. And I think the meeting of today is mainly about catalysis and how to bring the catalysis to solve real problems. We are also one of the most international institutions, research institutions in Poland. So half of our PhD students approximately come from abroad. And many of our team leaders are from abroad. And the reason when we are here is one of the team leaders, Juan Carlos Colmenares, who works on a very novel new types of catalysis, which is a sonocatalysis, photocatalysis, and the coupling of them. So I will be happy to say you a few words maybe later on about his outcomes that we are proud of. But he contributes also to build a bridge between Poland and Colombia. Because Professor Fernando Colmenares, they are actively working to solve real world problems with resources that are available in both countries. So I look forward to enhance this collaboration through this meeting. And I do believe that we will see quite some exchange of knowledge in the nearest future between Poland and Colombia. So the BERSTIC meeting is the place to be today. So I wish you wonderful networking time and wonderful lectures. And right now I would like to give voice to the representative of the Colombian embassy.
Thank you, Director.
So,
I did my homework. I tried to get at the level that you guys have. And for the Embassy of Colombia is a profound year participating. Or I would like to begin by extending our heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for this opportunity to be part of this important gathering. This event is not only a platform to sharing knowledge and innovation, but also a powerful reminder of the shared responsibility we all have to ensure a sustainable future. The work of initiatives like BERSTIC, which bring together key players from science, industry, government, local communities, and international organizations, is essential to this mission. At the heart of this event is the commitment of transitioning towards a more sustainable world. The government of Colombia fully supports this objective. We are deeply committed to addressing one of the greatest challenges of our time, climate change. Our efforts extend beyond national borders, as we understand that climate change is a global issue requiring response. For this reason, we align our policies with international standards, focusing on reducing carbon emissions, safeguarding our rich biodiversity, and transitioning to an economy that relies on clean, renewable energy. In this context, I would like to highlight the role of scientific and social sector, which are key drivers in this transformation. The work being done by groups such as those present at BERSTIC is crucial to moving us closer to a sustainable future. This event plays an important role in bringing together diverse stakeholders, creating spaces where innovation meets collaboration. It is through such partnership that we can build a future that prioritizes both environmental protection and economic growth, ensuring that no one is left behind. In particular, I would like to acknowledge the vital role of Colombian scientific diaspora. These professionals, many of whom are spread across the globe, make invaluable contribution through their daily work. They generate the knowledge needed to address the pressing issues facing by our world, including those that directly affect the most vulnerable communities. In doing so, they are not only advancing global science, but also contributing to Colombia's national development. We are proud of the impact they have, and I want to express our deep appreciation for their commitment to both their fields and their home country. Colombia is taking concrete steps to translate this commitment into action. Over the few past years, we have embarked on our journey to achieve a sustainable energy transition. And I am pleased to inform you of two major milestones in this process: the roadmap for hydrogen and the roadmap for offshore wind energy generation. These strategic frameworks outline our vision for a future where clean energy is the backbone of our economy. They provide clear guidelines for the development of renewable energy sources, ensuring that Colombia can meet the energy needs while significantly reducing its carbon footprint. These roadmaps are not just policy documents. They are the blueprint of the future that we are building, one that is more sustainable, more inclusive, and more resilient. One area where Colombia is poised to make history is offshore wind energy. We are on track to become the first country in Latin America and the Caribbean to generate electricity through offshore wind. This is a significant achievement that will position Colombia as a regional leader in renewable energy innovation. The potential of offshore wind in Colombia is immense, and we are excited about the role it will play in diversifying our energy mix. Moreover, we are preparing to launch the first competitive process of offshore wind energy projects. This marks a major step forward in our commitment to clean energy, and we believe it will set the precedent for the region. For those who are interested in learning more about this process, the Embassy of Colombia will be more than happy to facilitate a meeting with the agency responsible for overseeing this process. As we look to the future, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight another important event in Colombia Horizons. From the October 21st to November 1st, the city of Cali will host the COP16 of the Biological Diversity Convention. This conference will bring together stakeholders from around the world to discuss critical issues related to biodiversity conservation, climate action, and sustainable development. It is a pivotal moment for Colombia as we continue to position ourselves as a regional leader and a global leader in the environmental protection. The themes of COP16 align closely with the work being discussed here at BERSTIC 2024. And we invite all of you to join us in Cali for this global conversation. Your participation will be vital in shaping the future of biodiversity conservation and ensuring that we continue to address these urgent challenges in a comprehensive and coordinated manner. In closing, I want to once again express my gratitude to the organizers of BERSTIC 2024 for their dedication to collaboration and innovation in the pursuit of sustainability. The efforts of these events and the work of everyone here today are paving the way for the future where science, technology, and international cooperation drive the solutions we need to address the environmental challenges we face. The Embassy of Colombia is proud to be part of this important dialogue, and we look forward to continue our collaboration with all of you as we look forward for a more sustainable and equitable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Juan. Thank you so much, Adam. This very nice welcome. Yes, the BERSTIC is open. Now we have, according to our agenda, 3 keynote speakers. The first 2 will be before the coffee break. And then, of course, after that, we will have the third one. Now we will have Professor Dr. Fernando Colmenares from the Universidad Cooperativa de Colombia. He is the CEO of the BERSTIC network. And he will share with us some nice experiences here about exactly about BERSTIC, towards sustainability and inclusive work, the diplomacy for science, technology, innovations, and you can see culture between Colombia and Europe. I think the presentation is ready. Thank you so much, Fernando. The floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for really being here. It's a pleasure. Thank you very much, Director Cubas, Professor. He must go now. But really, it's a great pleasure to be here. Can you hear me? Oh, no, much better. Okay. And it's a pleasure also to be the voice of the voiceless. Okay. So we are talking about science all the time, technology, innovation, okay, entrepreneurship, and so on. But sometimes we have forgotten how to really to apply this in real environments. So this is why I have that picture here, nice picture from some children, kids from the middle of nowhere in Colombia, La Guajira. It's far away located. It's a school that is made up of roughly 600 students. And this is a great project that has been established by the head mistress, Reyes, who is in here with, okay, coming from the Wayu community, indigenous community. And this is why this is the reason that inspired us to start really working on impacts, okay? Title of my presentation is Towards a Sustainable and Inclusive World, Diplomacy for Science, Technology, Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Culture between Colombia and Europe. And this is why we have that picture in here, yeah? And the culture is as well to understand really the worldview of the cosmovision of the communities that we try to transfer the knowledge, the technology, and really to get an appropriate appropriation of the knowledge, okay, of the technology. And this is why it's so important to have a interdisciplinary and also disciplinary research group working together. Okay. So thank you very much again to Juan Carlos, also Professor Adam Cuba, Professor Carlos. Thank you very much for coming from the embassy and to be part of that transformation in here today. So we started this from May in Manaure, Guajira, gathering with the community and also the real challenges that they are facing, and to put this all together, okay, around hydrogen production. Of course, this is connected to water, energy, renewable energy, but also education, okay, artificial intelligence have to be, applied, connectivity of the territory. So La Guajira is one of the most powerful territories in terms of this energy, as Juan mentioned, offshore renewable energy, but also wind, yeah, solar, but a lot of water. But it's very strange that people are dying because of lack of water, drinking water. So why not to put this all together and try really to give value, to the communities while we are developing our own projects. Okay. So a little bit about the BERSTIC network. BERSTIC stands for, this is in Spanish, but this is biorefineries, renewable energy, supported by ICT. Okay, in English, would be something like BERSTIC. It doesn't sound very good, so we prefer, to call it BERSTIC. Okay, so that network really starting back in 2012 with some ideas with the Colombians that being involved in the project in the UK. Also starting talking to Juan Carlos with the Colombians here in Poland. Okay, so an idea with some of the colleagues how we can establish a collaboration together out of Europe, yeah, connecting Colombia, but not only Colombia but also Latin America. And we are starting with around our topics, that is a circular economy. We call it this based on justice. So transformation, we have energy transformation based on justice, but also culture, of course, and education. So we have the opportunity being invited by the Institute here of Physical Chemistry to be part of the cost action. I don't know if you are familiar with the cost action. Established in 1971 and running some actions. So that action was especially around circular economy, how to transform, the biomass into a bioproduct. So then we were part of that action in 2014, and also started, some collaboration with the UK partners. We want a call to run a project connected to aquatic renewable energy. Okay, so then we put all together, okay, and run the first Congress in Medellin, Colombia. Okay, being supported by Ruta N. Ruta N is a innovation center for business in Medellin, city of Medellin. So we managed to bring together different researchers from around the world, even from not only from Europe, but also from China as well, yeah, from Israel together, and try to set up, some ideas. I remember that first meeting was very close, that meeting, but we managed to set up a program together and apply for funding. Okay, so this is also connected, as you can see here. Okay, this is also connected with the Universidad Cooperativa de Colombia. This is the Cooperative University of Colombia, and thanks to that, we established a research institute in engineering and connecting all these disciplines. Right now, this is a very interdisciplinary research institute where we have researchers coming from the psychology, also social sciences, of course, in general, but also engineering and technology together. Okay. Please let me know about the time. Yeah, because I don't want to spend more than the is planned. So this is the vision all around. Just you can read it from here. Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030. Okay. So the idea is really to put all this together, but also from the Colombian government, we started some years ago something called the Missions of Expert, Misión de Sabios, that the Colombian government started, sitting with the communities in general, all the communities, researchers, but also the communities that needs the solution. And we established a FOCI. Yeah. One of those is related to the sustainable energy. Another one is with the converging technologies, but also we have one related to bioeconomy. So the idea is to have like a conceptual document where we can start it, building the new Colombia. This was well connected with the post-conflict era of Colombia with the FARC, former guerrillas groups. But they put this in, of course, with the sustainability of the world, the global challenges. Okay. So BERSTIC is growing. So we have more, people, more institutions to be part of the BERSTIC. So you are very welcome. You want to be part of that. This is free of charge. Okay. You don't need to pay for any, membership. This is only to have really the motivation to be a part of these projects. As you can see from the logo about that, but the logo was built with the help of the indigenous communities. Okay. So we have the colors, the geometry, you have the bio in here, the biomass. Okay. We have the offshore wind, but also a lot of water, of course, in Colombia, not only from the sea part, but 54% of the Colombia territory is made up of sea. Okay, so of course use that, use energy, but also there is a water available to produce hydrogen, and this is one of the topics of the this Congress that we are running today. Okay, so how here I can mention that we have more than 100 international partners now, everyone connected through projects that are these are working groups. Okay, working groups in here. As I mentioned before, this is the circular economy, the energy transformation, digital transformation, and we have education and culture. Okay, everything connected with the Sustainable Development Goals. This is our research institute called INCUBE. Okay, and the INCUBE, okay, that stands for Instituto de Investigación en Ingeniería, is running these portfolios, and everything is connected with the data. I mentioned yesterday how we can use the digital twins, the convergent technologies to analyze the data and also to promote a collaboration and also co-creation. Okay. So I'm not going to spend more time about this. This is the structure of the Research Institute. But we have here some international mentors. Juan Carlos was part of that scheme that we run within the Universidad Cooperativa de Colombia. Okay. Okay. So the objective, I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I would like just to mention in here that in our approach, we are taking, all the sizes. Yeah. This is not only to have researchers that got a PhD, okay, of course, professors and so on, but to upstream. Okay. So this is the BERSTIC in here. Where is the BERSTIC? In here. Yeah. So we have a connection, for instance, with some of the universities. One of those, of course, is the Cooperative University of Colombia. We are running something called seedbed. So there are young generation that really wants to be connected with the research and technology innovation. So we are, you can see 3 examples in here, Mariette, Luis, and Salvador. And they are coming from engineering undergraduate programs, okay? One of those is electronic and another systems engineering. So they were very curious about research, so they starting with us working, okay? And we trained them to be researchers, even, you know, for instance, Mariette, before finishing the undergraduate study, got something like 3, you know, top publications that can open, you know, the opportunity for her to do a PhD later on. Okay. But the idea with those guys is to really train them and to become mentors, okay, of the generation that are coming from the schools. And this is why we have like a school seat betting here, okay? For instance, in the Guayú La Paz, okay, institution, we have there, you know, the children, Maria is here sitting with the children. And also those guys are, you know, inspiring, you know, the to become researchers and to solve, you know, their own challenges in the territory. Connected, as I said before, with the water, so technology as well. Here is Luis working with he's from the secondary school using the Oculus, the digital twins technology. You know, for those child, it's the first time where they've seen, you know, a cocoa tree. In Colombia, we have a cocoa tree, but in that side of Colombia, it's so difficult, you know, to get the opportunity to work with this kind of trees or the waste coming from that. So here in this exercise, we use the Celice project platform to teach them how to transform, you know, the biomass coming from the cocoa and coffee trees into a bioproduct. So the children in here, they didn't know how really it or could be a waste, but we try, you know, to present to them that there is an opportunity for that. Okay. Okay, some more projects in here. There are some connections with the Colombian government, of course, the Science, Technology, Innovation Ministry. We have in here a meeting. We built up the first PhD program in engineering, where industry and the international partners coming to Colombia and having the meetings. Here we are in a picture with Juan Carlos. There is a center for cocoa research, okay, cacao. Really was a great opportunity to know how they made with the cacao, but also they didn't, you know, appreciate the biomass that is coming from cacao that can be converted into a bioproduct, yeah, or bioenergy. It could be something else, okay? Some of the activities here with the students as well from La Paz and so on. Okay, there is also a project sponsor. Okay, the previous project was sponsored by the Royal Academy in the UK. So we have one project that we try to connect, you know, a solution using floating solar panels. Okay, you can see here, in here, yeah, with the desalination unit, okay, to provide drinking water to the islands in Colombia. Okay, this was a sponsorship with 2 technology developers in the Netherlands. One is called Oceans of Energy, the another Elemental Water Makers. So we have the opportunity to characterize 14 different places along the Caribbean Sea in Colombia. So this was the opportunity to meet La Paz, and we started our collaboration since then. Okay, so with that project, before the pandemic, we need to stop with the project, but the idea is to start again and really providing these kind of solutions. As I said before, we have a lot of access to water. So instead of the land, we can use the water to produce the energy, as is the case of these solar panels. Okay, so more projects, more collaborators, okay, and sponsored by the European Union, but also by the British government. So we have the Accelerated Marine and Run-of-River Energy in Colombia. We established like a community made up of the industry, but also of the academia community to understand, the technology, the energy coming from the water into the energy to the industry. So we have the opportunity also to work with the way in the sea, okay, using offshore wind and solar panels or solar energy from the sea. Okay, we then add with that project. This is sponsored by the European Union. It's a budget around 11 million euros. The project was to test 5 different technologies using the water from the sea, but we were part of the work package related to the education. So we end up with these courses that has been transferred to Colombia and still in the process, okay, with some of the universities. Just to give you some of the ideas of those technologies, I'm not going to spend a little more time on that, but we have, for instance, in here, the river and the tides, okay, can be used to run a turbine and to produce electricity. Also the waves, okay, with those devices, the movement of the waves can produce mechanical energy and then being converted into electricity as well, connected to those very far away communities that are not connected, of course, to the national grid of the electricity in Colombia. Okay, so there are the panels. This is a picture of one of those panels that I mentioned before. Okay, and everything here connected. We have a lot of energy. Okay, this is about the course. Okay, I'm running here. Okay, imagine offshore energy infrastructure, as Juan mentioning here. Okay, that Colombia now is to the bid to is invited or is going to invite companies really to provide solutions around the offshore energy solutions related to the wind initially in some of the regions in the Caribbean Sea. So just to have a feeling what we can do. So we have here the sea and all this energy produced by the movement of the sea, okay, can provide really a nice infrastructure, and to run an ecosystem. You can see the turbines, the wind turbines offshore, in offshore positions, infrastructure, but also you can see some of the turbines in here. Okay, better with that. Yeah, some of the turbines that can also produce energy because of the tides, of the currents of the sea. Yeah, or everything well connected. This is the map. So a lot of potential. Yeah, but of course, the idea with that is start implemented the technologies. Of course, there are some environmental issues around that, but this is the tidal worldwide potential that is 0.5 terawatts in the whole world. Okay, this is the wave energy, that wave produced by the sea. Okay, we have here in Colombia some of the potentials as well. Here on the Caribbean Sea, here is Colombia. And with the ties is well connected with the Pacific Ocean in Colombia. And this is OTEC. OTEC is for the temperature difference between, the water on the top and the water that is in a deep position, okay? So when you have that temperature difference, you can produce a movement of a turbine and then to produce electricity. So in Colombia, we are trying to run a pilot project in San Andres Island, okay? But this is a small pilot, of course, and try to really to understand what is the behavior of that. A lot of potentials you can see in here around the Caribbean region for this kind of energy. Okay, this is salinity gradient energy. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but when you have sweet water, okay, coming from the river to the sea, okay, sweet water, okay, from the river with the salty water from the sea can produce a reaction and then produce energy, okay? So in Colombia, there is a city called Barranquilla, and we have the main river called Magdalena. So they converge in the one position, and some of the academic partners are running a very interesting project to produce this already, but it's a small pilot. Of course, you need to invest money in this kind of projects. Okay, so this is a little bit about the educational program from that project. We are in here with the Universidad Cooperativa de Colombia. We are part of the advisory work group, yeah, working together, and also you see here the Universidad Cooperativa de Colombia, Cooperative University. But they are so really interesting to work in Colombia. Colombia is a blessed country that no access to the negative things. Of course, we are facing different challenges, but Colombia have a huge potential as so. Also, one mentioned that we're going to run the COP16, the biodiversity chapter in Cali. So many countries are coming. Of course, the people are very scared about what is going to happen to me in Colombia, yeah, because of the propaganda that we have with the cartels and so on. This is pure propaganda. You know, the only risk that you can take is to stay in Colombia forever. This is the only risk, yeah. Not to go back to your country, yeah, because the beautiful people are really beautiful country. Okay. Okay. So I'm moving on with that. This is the Celice project that Alberto is going to talk more. So this is sponsored by Horizon 2020 around biomass. I'm not going to go through all the work packages in here, but the main idea of the project is to really check to identify the biomass, especially from South America. We have Colombia, but also Ecuador. Okay, there are other countries, Uruguay and Argentina. But in the case of the Colombia, we started identifying the biomass in the post-conflict areas of Colombia, like cocoa, coffee, we have oil palm and so on, that can be converted into a bioproduct. So far we have some of those biomass being tested in the labs here in Europe. So, but also we are creating here with the data, okay, a digital platform to validate and also to show the technology and to interact with the technology using, as I mentioned at the beginning, digital twins, okay? So we have, by the way, a meeting. Of course, this had to be updated because so many partners already joined to the project, but we have a very interesting seminar yesterday around Celice as a pre-BERSTIC event. Okay, how with the time finishing. Okay, thank you very much for that. But I wanted to say about the BERSTIC in here very quick. So we started, as I mentioned before, with an activity back in May in Maure, okay? And we started here working with the community directly around the co-creation tables, okay? We have the honor and the opportunity also not only to have people from the Wayu community, but also from the industry coming even from Poland there to Colombia first time, also from the government and from the companies in Colombia and from the Celice project as well. So the idea with that was, okay, to start, a conversation with the territory. Okay, there are some of the logos in here. Okay, but some of the pictures as well. We have a football or a small football, pitch play to run the event because there are no, a room like this in here. Yeah. So we managed, to run this activity with all the stakeholders. Okay. So it was very, very interesting how the community can be involved, in the process. Okay. So we then up with the challenges. Okay. What technology, what approaches we use? So here is Jorge that is working for the Institute for the Future at the Leuven University. So they're running very interesting, work, how to connect, different stakeholders. But we try to use the iceberg model. So sometimes, with the communities in general, we only understand, the tops. I mean, the peak of the iceberg, okay, in here. But really, you need to go deeper and to understand the mental models in general, why they made those decisions that way, not in another way. To really and you need to create a lot of trust with those communities. But we also use the model for linking up, and we have the challenges established, okay, and those challenges established we use to launch a virtual event where these different ideas, solutions came, to the board and starting analyzing that. So part of the meeting today is there are some pitches, elevator pitches that are going to be run after the presentations, keynotes. So we're going to listen to those solutions in here. Okay, just to finish. Okay, we started in La Guajira. This is not the whole map of Colombia. This is the north side of Colombia in here, nearby Venezuela. The virtual event, now we are in here, okay, in Warsaw. And the idea is to go back to Colombia to the COP16 and really to gather together and start, working. Okay, and thank you very much for listening to me. So this is the finish of my presentation, okay? And just to say that due to the diaspora, Colombia diaspora, the Colombians that came from Germany, also from Belgium, yeah, and from Poland. We have two Colombians in here in Poland really doing a great job around science, technology, innovation. But we have some diaspora connect.
Very nice presentation about BERSTIC, and then of course we have a short time for maybe questions. But it was nicely explained, I think. Later on, discuss about collaboration, cooperation, different subjects, culture, education, hydrogen production, digitalization, and so on and so on. A lot of things today, but all of them connected very well. I think we can to to the next presentation by Alberto. It's Alberto Cos, coming from the Universidad de Cantabria in Spain. He is the leader of the Xelice. He will explain more about this project, which connect Europe with a few countries in South America. A very nice project where we are part of. The Institute of Physical Chemistry is part of this project, and the title is Communicating Science to All Audience, a case study for the Xelice project by Professor Alberto Cos from Universidad de Cantabria. Alberto, the floor is yours. We have more or less 30 minutes with some questions maybe, and also after that we will go to the coffee break. As usual, Alberto has, I think, some things to interact with you. This will be kind of a training, a keynote lecture. Do you need the microphone, Alberto?
Chance. We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved like a tree that's planted by the water. We shall not be moved. Okay, in Spain now we have a lot of problems in order to build some plants of biogas because of the people living in the rural areas. Because some of the disadvantages of these kinds of plants can be the odors or security reasons or safety, or also the visual of the plant in these kinds of rural areas. So in order to have a better message of the scientific part of these kinds of plants, we need very good scientific communications to all audiences, not only the rural areas, but politicians and so on. So we need to motivate the people from the beginning. We need to maintain the interest during the messages of the scientific messages, but also we need to do more effort in research, development, and innovation for sustainable and fair technology in order to have a justice-based solutions. In Spanish, to summarize, en España tenemos problemas con las plantas de biogás, sobre todo en zonas rurales, por lo que necesitamos lanzar un buen mensaje de investigación, de científico, para poder tener de biogás más. Y para ello necesitamos motivar a la gente que nos está oyendo desde el principio, mantener ese interés y hacer investigación más justas. My name is Alberto Coz. I'm from the University of Cantabria in the north of Spain, and I will give you some keys of communication science to give this message to all audiences. Mi nombre es Alberto Coz y quiero mandar este mensaje para que puedan haber mejor comunicación científica con todas las audiencias. And I'm going to start with the motivations to all audience from the beginning. In order to give the motivation from the beginning to all audiences, we connect the person who gives the speech audience. So it is to be authentic. La primera clave es so to think about our personal branding, thinking about what makes us. We need to think about our strengths, skills, values, passions, and hobbies. We need to do a very good in ourselves. Para necesitamos tener una personal y para ello necesitamos pensar en qué nos hace diferentes, cuáles son nuestras ventajas, nuestros valores, nuestras pasiones, etc. But not only these ones, but also think about our weaknesses, clumsiness, hatred, and what makes us angry. Nosotros también necesitamos pensar en qué nos hace enfadar, en cuáles son nuestras, etcétera, para poder ser también auténticos. So this is more related key, that is vulnerability. Okay. We need to think about our own vulnerability. Necesitamos pensar la propia vulnerabilidad, entrarla en nuestro mensaje. Now I'm going to give you one example.
When I was 19, I was in a really bad car accident. I was thrown out of a car, rolled several times. I was thrown from the car, and I woke up in a head injury rehab ward, and I had been withdrawn from college. And I learned that my IQ had dropped by 2 standard deviations, which was very traumatic. I knew my IQ because I had identified with being smart, and I had been called gifted as a child. So I'm taken out of college. I keep trying to go back. They say, you're not going to finish college. Like, just, you know, there are other things for you to do, but that's not going to work out for you. So I really struggled with this. And I have to say, having your identity taken from you, your core identity, and for me it was being smart, having that taken from you, there's nothing that leaves you feeling more powerless than that. So I felt entirely powerless. I worked and worked and worked, and I got lucky and worked and got lucky and worked. Eventually I graduated from college. Took me 4 years longer than my peers. And I convinced someone, my angel advisor, Susan Fisk, to take me on. And so I ended up at Princeton, and I was like, I am not supposed to be here. I am an imposter. And the night before my first year talk, and the first year talk at Princeton is a 20-minute talk to 20 people. That's it. I was so afraid of being found out the next day that I called her and said, I'm quitting. She was like, you are not quitting, because I took a gamble on you and you're staying. You're gonna stay, and this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna fake it. You're gonna do every talk that you ever get asked to do. You're just gonna do it and do it and do it, even if you're terrified and just paralyzed and having an out-of-body experience, until you have this moment where you say, oh my gosh, I'm doing it. Like, I have become this. I am actually doing this. So that's what I did. 5 years in grad school. A few years, you know, I'm at Northwestern, I moved to Harvard. I'm at Harvard, I'm not really thinking about it anymore, but for a long time I had been thinking, not supposed to be here, not supposed to be here. So at the end of my first year at Harvard, a student who had not talked in class the entire semester, who I had said, look, you gotta participate or else you're gonna fail, came into my office. I really didn't know her at all. And she said, she came in totally defeated, and she said, I'm not supposed to be here. And that was the moment for me, because 2 things happened. One was that I realized, oh my gosh, I don't feel like that anymore. You know, I don't feel that anymore, but she does, and I get that feeling. And the second was, she is supposed to be here. Like, she can fake it, she can become it. So I was like, yes, you are. You are supposed to be here, and tomorrow you're gonna fake it, you're gonna make yourself powerful, and, you know, you're gonna... and you're gonna go into the classroom, and you are gonna give the best comment ever, you know? And she gave the best comment ever, and people turned around, they were like, oh my God, I didn't even notice her sitting there, you know? She comes back to me months later, and I realized that she had not just faked it till she made it, she had actually faked it till she became it. So she had changed.
Okay, so you can see that when she is more vulnerable, you are more connected to the person giving the talk, okay? Por lo que necesitamos ser vulnerables para conectarnos mejor con la audiencia. In relation to this, we need to give also a very good introduction, because the first is when we are motivating. If we are not attentive, everything is lost. So we can tell a story, we can ask the audience a question, or so on. La siguiente clave sería el enlace emocional con la audiencia desde el principio, haciendo una buena introducción.
El 29 de mayo de 1832, Évariste Galois sabía que era la última noche de su vida. Aquel muchacho revolucionario, vehemente y algo alocado, sabía que al día siguiente moriría a los 20 años de edad. Había quedado citado con un capitán de la guardia en duelo y sabía que no tenía ninguna oportunidad. Así que Évariste Galois pasó la última noche de su vida escribiendo. Escribió cartas a sus familiares, a sus amigos, y escribió todas las matemáticas que bullían en aquel cerebro adolescente condenado a apagarse al día siguiente demasiado temprano. Su última carta a su amigo Chevalier muestra mi trabajo a Jacobi y a Gauss. Jacobi, uno de los más grandes, Gauss, probablemente el más grande. Al día siguiente, el arma del capitán de la guardia, fuera bala o espada, atravesó el vientre de Évariste Galois. Yo hoy tengo algo más del doble de 20 años de edad. Y cuando yo tenía 20 años de edad, en todo aquel mar de asignaturas de la carrera de matemáticas, álgebra, análisis, estadística, topología, había una, solo una, que tenía nombre propio. Teoría de Galois. ¿Qué fue lo que inventó aquel muchacho asustado la última noche de su vida para que todos los aprendices de matemáticos de todo el mundo lo estudiemos a los 20 años de edad? Seguramente ahora querríais que os lo contara, ¿verdad? Seguramente ahora queréis saber qué es lo que hizo Galois.
So you are not going to to talk to think about this theory, okay? But you are in contact completely with the speaker, okay? So the next key is to maintain the interest during the messages. And one of the keys in this case is to give a very good structure, coherence and cohesive structure. In the case of coherence, we need to send only one message per speech, everything related to this message. If not, there is no need to add it, okay? La cuarta clave sería hacer una buena estructura coherente y lanzar un único mensaje en el cual no todo lo que sobre no lo pongamos, and cohesive, all ideas connected to this message. Todas las ideas conectadas con ese mensaje. So please think what I want to show, not what I want to show, think what would I like to see, okay? I would like to see. Pensad no lo que queréis mostrar, sino los que nos gustaría ver a nosotros como audiencia. The next one is to give a language understandable by everybody. In this case, of course, we need to think about all of the technicalities. So identify the technicalities, eliminate those that are not convenient, necessary, or unavoidable, and explain the remaining ones in a simple way or with a metaphor from everyday life. La siguiente clave sería pensar en un lenguaje común y evitar todos los tecnicismos. Eliminar aquellos que no sean convenientes, necesarios o inevitables y explicar los que realmente haya técnicos con una metáfora o algo relacionado con la vida cotidiana. Now we are going to see one video and you can think about all of the techniques in this video.
How
and
deep
metaphors.
do you think the love of a mother for her child is? You see, we all have something in common. Once we were all embryos living peacefully inside our mother's belly in an excellent bed and breakfast environment without any distractions until our birth. But for scientists, this peaceful life inside our mother's belly has been one of the most fascinating mysteries in biology. This might sound strange, but surviving all 9 months inside the mother's body should theoretically be impossible. And in fact, in biology textbooks, this is called the pregnancy paradox. You see, this is because mothers, like all humans, are naturally designed to fight off anything foreign that enters the body, bacteria, viruses, even organ transplants. And this is due to a complex but elegant protection mechanism we all have called the immune system. Now, your immune system knows you better than your best friend. In fact, it knows you better than anyone else in the world. It knows every single cell in your body, so it can realize when something foreign comes in and attack. Imagine your immune system as the police force, where specific cells act as the military intelligence, traveling everywhere in your body, seeking out for possible intruders. And if they find them, then they send a report to another department, where soldiers called the killer cells destroy those invaders. Now think of this. As an embryo in your mother's body, you were only 50% like her. Your other 50% belonged to a total stranger to her immune system, just some random guy. Oh well, your dad. So being 50% like your dad inside your mother's body means your chances of surviving pregnancy should have been 0. Yet, we're all here. Believe it or not, scientists have been struggling with this paradox for the past 50 years. Some argued that maybe the embryo finds a way to hide from the mom's immune system. Others said that the placenta provides a physical barrier between mother and baby. We might not have a full answer yet, but a few years ago, scientists found something amazing. The mother's immune system does see the baby. The military intelligence identifies the growing embryo and informs the killer cells of the intruder. But the mother's killer cells, instead of destroying the embryo, they themselves commit suicide and die. So in the particular area in the belly where baby and mother meet and shake hands, the mother destroys her own immune system for the sake of her growing baby. And this is taking the love of a mother for her child to a whole new molecular level. And that's how deep the love of a mother for her child is. Thank you.
So you can see in this video a lot of metaphors in order to explain some scientific terms to all audience, and giving some examples. For example, the immune system as your best friend, the lymphocytes as a military intelligence system, and also the antibodies as soldiers. So you need to use some metaphors or some transports to the audience, to the every life. Necesitamos utilizar lenguaje sencillo y metáforas para poder explicar algunos conocimientos científicos. Por ejemplo, el sistema inmune como nuestro mejor amigo porque nos conoce completamente, los linfocitos que utilizamos como la inteligencia militar o las defensas como los soldados. The next step is to give another kinds of emotions during all of the speech in order to maintain this interest to all audience. We can use humor, you can use anecdotes, or we can use questions to all audience. Necesitamos seguir emocionando a la audiencia durante todo nuestro speech, durante todo nuestro recorrido, con humor, con anécdotas, con cuestiones, preguntas, etc. and so on. Finally, the third step of good communication is to be connected to our research, and in order to give the best sustainable options and the best justice-based options. Necesitamos también conectar nuestra investigación con las mejores soluciones más sostenibles y justas. In this case, the CELIS project the main objective of this project is to transfer of knowledge on sustainable cellulose-based materials to give some solutions to the rural areas. I don't know the speed of the slides. Necesitamos conectar con el proyecto CELICE opciones sostenibles para que sean las más justas. In this case, these are all of the partners in the CELICE project from Spain, Latvia, Poland, Greece, Czech Republic, and Slovenia and United Kingdom from Europe, and also Colombia, Ecuador, Argentina, and Uruguay from Latin America. The thing is that we need to connect all of these solutions in rural areas in order to give the best options, taking into account all of the parts of the sustainability, the social part, the economic, and the environment. El proyecto CELICE se basa en soluciones sostenibles con todos estos socios, haciendo diferentes estancias de investigación in different secondments between all among all of the partners. We have this budget and we divided the project into different secondments, 82 secondments for 135 person months with more or less 50 participants. CELICE project is aligned with impact because it's aligned with the key objectives of the European Union for international cooperation in research, development, and innovation, more related to agriculture and security. Also, strengthens cooperation in research and innovation because of the mobility of young people, sustainable development, vulnerable areas, biorefinery in different areas, and also in communication. Okay, well, so in conclusion, a very good communication message needs authenticity, vulnerability, emotional bond, coherence and concept structure. Oh, I don't remember the rest of them. Okay, oh, necesitamos una buena conexión con la audiencia.
I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. The brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world.
So thank you very much for your attention. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, just only for people who are on online. We will come back, but they heard me. We will come back in 25 minutes. Right now is a coffee break.
From La Guajira, Colombia to Warsaw, Poland, our mission of sustainability continues. At the final event of the 4th International Congress on Biorefineries and Renewable Energy supported by ICT, we will bring together innovators, technology developers, researchers, local, regional and national governments, and representatives of the WAYU community to present solutions to the challenges of sustainable development in La Guajira, Colombia. These challenges were identified by different stakeholders. That is why in Warsaw we will address disruptive ideas and solutions on empowering our communities in new technologies, improving our technological infrastructure from the ground up, ensuring a continuous and affordable supply of clean drinking water, developing sustainable hydrogen projects contributing to Colombia's just energy transition, promote global collaboration and diplomacy in science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship to generate alliances to address these challenges. We thank everyone who has contributed to this process. The revolution of sustainable development in La Guajira has begun, and all of you are a fundamental part of this change. Our Our next meeting will be on 20 September for the final event. Together we can transform ideas into concrete actions. We look forward to seeing you to close this cycle of innovation and sustainability.
We can start. We have people also online. Please remember, you also can ask questions later on. How many people are online? Do you know? Okay. Now we will continue. Last keynote lecture by Olga Guskowska from here is the Medical University of Warsaw. Education is the title, Education for the Wellness of People and Planet, Integrating Lifestyle Medicine into the Environment and Stewardship. Olga will be with us also in the panels. We will have the opportunity also to discuss more. Olga, the floor is yours. You have half an hour or extend if you want.
So half an hour or less. Actually, my watch stops today, so I have unlimited time according to my watch. So thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure and well, excitement to present in front of engineers, I guess. I'm a medical doctor myself, and I would like to talk a little bit about, yeah, exactly. This is the title of my presentation, and I was really not pleased with it. I realized it's super complicated, and I changed it to something easier, something more understandable. Basically, it's how I'm going to talk about how living healthier, being a healthier person can benefit the planet. So my presentation is going to be divided into 3 parts. They're coming. So it will change in a moment. So a little bit about myself. I'm a lifestyle medicine physician, actually. So lifestyle medicine is coming back to the roots of medicine. So it's treating people with the right food, with the right amount of exercise, with the right sleep, with love as well. So connections and mindfulness, trying to make sure that we live in accordance with our biological. And also this is where nature plays a very important role, and I'm going to try to convince you also how we can interconnect and actually work together with engineers and where the sustainability in healthcare lies. There are more slides coming, but I think it's not changing. Yeah? Yeah, I don't know. I keep pressing the big button. We trained this before. We rehearsed this. I did well. I really did well. Yes, thank you. You did the magic. You're better than me. I was not trained. I studied medicine. It's not the technical stuff. So the three parts I'm going to talk about is what are nature's gifts to us? So why preserving nature and opting for sustainability options matters to our health. Then we're going to move on to how caring for nature and ourselves is important, how we can take care of ourselves and take care of nature at the same time in coherence. And then for the final part of my presentation, we'll go a little bit beyond medicine itself and public health. And we're going to talk about how can medicine as a system of healthcare can help to preserve nature and where are the areas where we can talk about sustainability. First part, nature's gifts to us, why nature matters to healthcare. So I would like to recommend you this book by Florence Williams, The Nature Fix. It's a very interesting read, which takes you through the impacts of the green areas, such as parks, forests, and even house plants. What's the impact that they take on our health and on our well-being? So how much they give us stress relief and how they can boost brain power. So the great thinkers of our times and the past times, they were often getting the best ideas when they're walking in the parks or walking in the forest. And there is science to that, saying that when you walk, and especially when you are exposed to nature, you are getting more creative. You're getting this brain boost. Then there is the mood improvement. So outdoor activities, they decrease the anxiety and depression. Now we know there is a huge problem of mental health decline in populations all over the world. And one of the ways to alleviate this, to help out with this, is taking people more to the green areas. Next one, healthier health and our vessels. It says it's estimated that about 30% of the people's population have have hypertension. And actually, going to the nature can help decrease this hypertension. So decrease this effect, and it's much cheaper and much more pleasant pills. And faster recovery. So there are also scientific proofs that when people were in the hospital recovering after a surgery and they were looking out through the window and they were seeing some natural landscapes, they were recovering more quickly. So as the author of this book says, Florence Williams, she says, nature, it turns out, surprisingly to some, is good for the civilization. And one of the concepts I would like to introduce you to is a Japanese art of forest bathing, Shinrin-yoku. Have you heard of this? Have anyone heard of this? Yes, no, yes? Great. So we have an expert here. Great, super. It's always good to have someone to connect with that knows the thing. Thanks to the presentation we had before, I learned so much from how we have to connect with the audience. So happy to have another expert on this. Shinrin-yoku is going to the forest and experiencing what is there. So touching the trees, the bark, experiencing the smells that are in the forest, trying to feel the structure of the ground and so on, and observing the things that are happening all around us. So it increases focus, it helps with the mindfulness, it also relaxes us. And this forest bathing is being practiced a lot in Japan, but it's also getting traction in other parts of the world. And talking about other parts of the world, the one we are in right now is also full of places where we can go to do Shinrin-yoku in Warsaw. We have some marvelous parks here, very nice forests, and I would like to invite you, those who are visiting Warsaw, maybe for the first time, to go into forest bathing in one of the nearby parks. You won't regret it. So that was the part about why we need nature as human beings. We are animals, we need nature. Now the second part is about caring for nature and ourselves. So what is the role of lifestyle medicine? I would say just medicine. What's the role of medicine in preserving the nature, but also like taking care of our health? That's the principal concept of healthcare. And here I would like to present you a report that was published in 2019. It's called the Lancet Commission on Food, Planet and Health report. By the way, in some slides you have the QR codes, which will take you to more resources on a given topic. Here, this one will take you to the website of the Lancet report. And this is a document that was developed by 37 world-class scientists from different areas that were supposed to tackle the problem of how are we going to feed 10 billion people by 2050. So that's a challenge that has been posed a few years back. How are we going to feed so many people? Because we're going to reach a huge number of people, an unprecedented number of people, how to feed them. And in order to do this, they came up with a number of solutions, how we can go more sustainable with the food, how we can produce more food, how we can feed our animals as well, but in principle, human beings. And it turns out that the best way to nourish ourselves, the best food we can get for ourselves, is the plant-based food. And that's also the best food for the planet. So it consumes less water, it takes less resources overall in general. It's better for our cardiovascular health, it's better for decreasing the obesity rates. It's also good for the rheumatological diseases and so forth and so on. And it turns out it's also better for Earth. So plant-rich diets, going local, of course, because this decreases the need for transportation. And also the food that is being produced locally has more nutrients that are being preserved and does not need to be processed somehow to be transported to faraway areas. We also know that transportation is a very big greenhouse gas producer, and we know that it's the carbon footprint of food that travels far away. That's also a very big problem. So going local, and there are extra points for gardening, so planting your own food, which is also a concept that to some people is very appealing. Then seasonal eating, that's also another plus for having less need for transportation regarding food. Whole foods, so whole unprocessed foods, which cut down on energy use. I'm sure you are familiar with some even plant-based or vegan foods that are supposed to resemble the meat products, but they are vegan, they are plant-based, but they are super processed. So actually they require quite a lot of water and resources and energy to be produced. And they are not so good, it turns out, for our bodies. And the water conservation, that's also a big thing. I'm pretty much aware that in the past, we were talking about a pyramid of how we should eat. You remember that there's a pyramid, and at the bottom there are different layers of foods, and at the top there are the sweets, the cakes, and so on. Now we are moving away from this model, and we're going towards plate model. And you're going to see this model more and more in the recent publications, different types of plates, but they are more or less the same. And this is called a planetary plate. So on the planetary plate, half of the plate consists of fruits and vegetables. So mainly vegetables, actually, that you should have. Then we say about a quarter of the plate is proteins that come from also plants, less processed plants, such as legumes, soybeans, beans in general. Tofu is also good, tempeh, these kind of products that are good for the health and for the planet. And then the rest is fats, more or less, fats and whole grains. Of course, whole grains are also very good. Sugar is bad from the candies, but in general, sugars that are more, that's complex carbohydrates, we need them. We cannot take them away from our diet. And more tips on that, you also to reduce the waste from food, you plan ahead, and you also fall in love with your leftovers. So when I used to work at the WHO in Copenhagen, we had a canteen there. And in that canteen, they were serving food, do you know? And then every day you could see that there were the leftovers that were being processed from the previous day. So you could see that for, let's say, 3 consecutive days, you could track down the same salad or the same ingredients being processed and produced, reproduced, recycled in different way. And when we had actually a tour around the UN office in Copenhagen, they showed us a big, a container, probably the size like of this corner, a bit bigger than this desk. They showed us a container and they said that this is a food container for the leftovers that can take up the leftovers from 1 year. So for 1 year, they produced only one container like this of the leftovers because they recycle the food so much. And I can tell you it was delicious. So we should try to do this as well at our home kitchens. Okay, what else do we do with the food that's good for us and for the planet? Diversify our plate, cut the plastic, of course, the one, portion control, not to waste too much food. So what's in season now in Poland? Again, for those who are visiting, Polish kitchen is a very interesting one. And I think you will find something to please your palate and please your flavors. And I highly recommend you the pumpkin soups and pumpkin variations of different plates, because it's something that's really in the hype now. Apart from these plums, apples, and mushrooms, this is what Poland is good for now. And now that was the food part. That is how we treat our bodies well and when we treat the planet well. And now going a bit beyond, a bit more on the meta level. So I would like to talk about how and where can medicine help the nature. So as you might know, healthcare in general is a very big contributor to the pollution. It's estimated around 4 to 5% of the global greenhouse emissions are from the healthcare. And of course, big countries such as US, they contribute like 21 or around 20% to this healthcare emissions. That's quite a challenge to try to reduce this. And a lot of this comes from transportation. So this is where I see also the engineers coming in, that you try to provide us with the means of transportations for our medicines, for our patients, for organ procurement, for instance, in transplantology, from which I come, that we try to make this more sustainable, planet friendly. And there is more and more traction, more and more discussion and talks about how healthcare providers, how doctors, but also nurses, also students, how important role we play as advocates for planetary health, and how much it's important that teaching skills for sustainable healthcare is important, and how much this should be incorporated in the curricula of healthcare providers. So I just recently came from a global conference on medical education in Switzerland, and there was a whole day dedicated, one session after another. You could choose different sessions, but you could follow the whole day just talking about sustainability in healthcare and how to teach students, and also teach the teachers how to teach students about sustainability in healthcare and about planetary health and how important it is. And there are different really nice resources how this can be obtained. So the principles, this is a very good paper from a recognized journal. The Lancet is like, the top league in terms of impact factor journals in medicine. Everyone wants to publish in the Lancet. And they talk about teaching skills for sustainable healthcare. And they advocate that medics should promote sustainability, renewable energy, and nature protection as part of their public health mission. That we should align with medical education goals, learning about renewable energy, sustainability complements in medical training, and that we should incorporate sustainable development goals in our teaching. And this is actually something that we should also learn how to talk to our students, drawing a connection between, for instance, natural disasters such as floods. We are experiencing floods now in Poland, or heat waves, or fire outbreaks, how we should show to patients who come to the hospital because of these disasters that, listen, in the conversation we can explain that this is the impact we as humans make on the planet, and then it fights back. So little by little, incorporating these ideas and talking about this to the society, this is how doctors, nurses, other healthcare providers can play a pivotal role in changing actually the landscape of sustainability. Because then we also provide solutions, and then we can come back again to sustainable engineering. This is a relatively novel topic in healthcare, in teaching medicine, in medical practice. This is something quite unknown of, let's say, at least in Poland, something new. And there are also many, many courses, especially abroad, from renowned universities, like here in the Stanford Global Health Initiative from the Stanford University, which provide information on this. And actually, when I was attending a workshop dedicated to this particular topic, one of the attendees of the workshop said, but how can we teach the students if this is a relatively new knowledge, how to connect healthcare with sustainability and, let's say, pollution? How do we teach this? How are we supposed to do it? I don't feel capable to teach others about this topic. And the person who was facilitating the workshop said, you teach as you can. We do not have time to become super, super top-notch experts on this, okay? We teach as we can, we learn along the way, and we transfer this knowledge. And in general, how I see it's being provided is that we stimulate the discussion, we stimulate the reflection in students and in our colleagues, teachers, to think about this idea. And one of the very nice ways how to instigate this idea, how to stimulate this discussion, was this card game that I played. It's a fresque type of game because you build like a mosaic, a fresque from the cards. A special card game developed by the Erasmus University Medical Center in the Netherlands. And it's about giving different cards to participants. Each card is one particular effect, either health effect or some environmental effect or a consequence. And we're getting into different rounds, and we try to build like a mosaic out of these cards, connecting them to each other. What is the cause? And one card is, for instance, heat wave. The other one is malnutrition. The other one is the loss of nutrients in the earth. Another one is the loss of jobs of people, and another problem with transportation and floods and so on. And you can see that with each round of cards, and of course there are health consequences as well, like higher allergenicity, changing climate. We experience that those who are allergic to pollens, they become allergic but more early in the year, and the symptoms are more intense. And this is something we should also talk about to our patients. This is also the problem that affects each and every individual who was allergic. And with this kind of combination of different cards, we combine them, we try to, and then we see that everything is so interconnected that you cannot just put one card and nothing. Normally one card is connected to 4 other cards or even more, and you want to build a 3D structure because you see so many connections. So it's a great, if you're ever interested, you can contact the organizers of the game. I hope they will be able to share it with you. It's some fun thing to do with the students, but also fun thing to do with the faculty. So going one more step beyond the teaching, I would like to talk more about, well, I'll try to talk more about the engineering stuff. So we should also try to change our hospital, change our facilities for healthcare. We should try to make them more sustainable, but more energy efficient. By implementing energy saving measures in healthcare facilities, we should work on our waste reduction. There is so much waste in medicine, in healthcare. We produce so much garbage. We dispose all the elements we use in our practice, we just throw them away. You know that during COVID, with all the masks and all this protective equipment, there was so much trash we produced. And of course, nobody talked about it that much because there was some higher good or higher purpose in terms of fighting of COVID. But this is something we should think about every day in our practice, and also trying to push our institutions to buy materials that are more sustainable, that are perhaps more expensive, but the total end cost is human health. Renewable energy, of course, trying to employ and deploy this in the hospitals, in healthcare facilities. More sustainable energy resources mean it's cleaner air, cleaner area, cleaner atmosphere, cleaner water around the area of the hospital. This is all for the benefit of the patient and people, and also the government and the authorities and the medical schools should understand this. Sustainable procurement, so sourcing these eco-friendly and ethically produced medical supplies, and green spaces. So here in the picture, you can see a very famous hospital in Singapore that is winning a lot of different prizes for how beautiful it is, because it's surrounded by a park. Actually, it's immersed like in a park. And the architects actually made sure that they have, that the patients and the staff as well, they are exposed to this natural environment, and it helps them immensely. So this is one of the ideas how you can also make hospital a green-friendly space and place. And for those interested, there is something like a global green and healthy hospitals network, and they promote these ideas. How can you turn your institution, your facility into something more green? And there is actually very practical ideas and solutions provided, instructions for particular case studies that are being presented from different parts of the world. So I invite you also to check out this Global Green and Healthy Hospitals Network. I think it's a very fine resource, and this is also a very much technical part, like engineering part. So I believe this is also where we connect again, and we have a bridge like here in the picture. We doctors, we love conferences. We love going to the conferences. Thank you again for inviting me. I enjoy myself very much here. And the WMA, so the World Medical Association, said, hey, we are organizing so many medical conferences around the globe in every country. We should try to make it more sustainable. And in 2022, they released this document about how making the conferences more healthy events. And there is a list of recommendations from what food to serve that is healthy for us and healthy for the environment, what to do with the resources that are being produced at the conferences. So, you know, like leaflets or all the material bags or all the pens, all the things that perhaps are not necessary for every person. So one of the solutions is that you don't provide a bag to everyone, but just people choose who wants to take a bag or who doesn't. Or for instance, you can, if you have a leash, an ID, you can leave it at the end of the conference and it's being recycled. So these kind of things then they can be incorporated also in other conferences. And but I think medical world should be like the avant-garde, you know, we should take really good lead on this, but we're still getting there. We're not there yet. And another one from the Lancet. So already in 2020, there was a very nice paper produced, carbon neutral medical conferences should be the norm. So we should be really leading in the field. Actually, I took one part from this paper, which is about venue and accommodation. So this paper, and that's again to the engineers, that we opt for venues such as hotels, such as accommodation places, conference centers that follow the sustainability rules, that are eco-friendly, that use renewable energies. We should prioritize the ones. We should opt for these. I believe personally, my personal opinion, even if the costs are higher, we must afford it. So coming back to my initial question, the simplified title, how living healthier can benefit the planet. And just to sum up, I will quote quite a renowned painter that famously said, choose only one master, nature. Choose nature on your plate. Choose nature as a way of transportation. Choose nature as a source of energy. And choose nature as a place where you relax, where you heal, when you spend some leisure time. And on this account, I invite you to the Polish, to the Warsaw parks, to take some deep breath in, deep breath out, for some forest bathing, Shinrin-yoku. And this is actually a picture taken this week in a nearby park, in a place where I live, in the south end of Warsaw, Arcadia Park. It's a very nice name. And if you're around, I'll be very happy to take you on a walk there.
Presentation inspiring us. But we should stay here. Later we can go there with Olga. Yes, thank you so much. But we can have to you because we still have, if we want to add this, we will have the connection. Marina from Brussels, I think in 5 minutes. She's here. What do you think, Rector? But anyway, we have some 2 or 3 minutes for some questions to Olga. If we have some questions, comments. Yes, Isa?
I like it a lot. Oh yes, of course. I'm so sorry. I like it a lot, and I thought it was a very inside presentation on what the problems nobody thinks about, which is because they are doctors. You know, they're always good. They do everything fine, which is very. Yeah, it is.
So I heard.
And also it is critical because of the COVID and everything. I thought it was amazing the way you do things and the way you transmit. What are the difficulties you find when you wanted to take it into action?
It's quite a novel topic. So when you talk about it, people look at you saying, but what are we talking about? There are more important things to take care of. We are overworked. There is so much bureaucracy in the hospital. We have teaching. We have clinical stuff. We have scientific stuff to do. And now you tell us to do something extra for the planet. Please take a break. So this is one of the problems. But I think it's coming. It's getting bigger and bigger. It's like a snowball, okay? It won't get smaller. This topic will only grow. And I think the earlier we embrace it, the earlier we jump on this train that's going to be speeding up, the better for us. And also in my university, at the Medical University of Warsaw, I try to now ruffle some feathers, you know, make some movements in my faculty, and try to also cluster with some people who are a bit crazy like me about this, because you need some crazy people to change things, okay? You need people to shake the status quo a bit, and then they are a bit crazy, but then some other people follow, hopefully. And but it's a challenge, yes. But I would say that a very big push is coming from the students, because young people, young generation, they are much more literate and aware of this. And much of the movement and some of the papers I showed, they were actually co-produced with students, because they understand this is a big challenge. They see that even like in 50 years, the world they're going to live in is going to be completely different, and they have to take action now. So they keep pushing to the oldies to change. So I try to hold hands with the students as well, to stimulate them, because I know they are good lobbyists.
Olga, thank you for the. It was really nice to hear the speech. Following on the earlier question, responsibilities that are put on academic community, researchers and the teachers. You know, you're talking about, you know, bringing in the be good at teaching, at research and so on. from your perspective, do you have any good practices or anyone in the institutions as universities or research institutes could take to provide sort of a healthy environment for the researchers and the members of that community to actually deliver all those ambitious goals?
As with every difficult and big topic, the approach should be scattered a bit. So you do a little bit of here, 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 you have a very diverse approach. So first you talk with the faculty, you organize some electives, you try to pepper the curriculum with these kind of elements. And there are guidelines how to do it. There are specific cases, what you can talk about in nephrology, cardiology, pulmonology, to tackle on these problems. Then you stimulate the students, then you organize a conference, then you try to talk with the administrators to try to lobby for this procurement of safer, like more sustainable materials. So you try to take a very diverse approach. This is one of the solutions, but you keep pushing, you keep talking about this, and you try to put little steps. I would suggest little steps. One thing I did not mention is that the curriculum of the doctors is like packed. You cannot put in more things to learn for us because everyone screams and gets hysterical. If you tell we should put more on this or that. So what you do, you try to incorporate into already existing curriculum, into already existing material. You put this kind of pieces of knowledge and you teach it during the regular classes. And there are ways to do it, but multiple structured approach. That's my solution, I would say. And keep pushing, pushing, pushing. They'll catch on at some point.
I want to, it's a nice topic that you are facing and speaking, but I'm thinking about the regulatory for the industry. So far, the industry still produce products that we need to use, but they generate a lot of waste. So consumers going to use it. And I guess there is something to do really with regulatory. Exactly with the regulatory, because if the industry doesn't get approval for commercialization of something, that can advance.
Of course.
And secondly, I guess we need more fundings from government to support more green environments. The plants, they have a price and you need to help to grow the plants. And this is also water consuming. So we have to understand the conditions and the bio conditions, how to really improve the system. It's something that we need to do, but the path is not clear.
It's not clear at all. And it's very complicated. And there are many people who will like stumble on the way and try to block it. And of course, systemic approach and top-down approach is super necessary. This is super important, but also how much we can do with the society. And in terms of using resources, well, in this perfect world, we should teach the society also to use less and consume less things. Okay, this is like a philosophical concept how to do it, but it of course is difficult because we are in a consumerism environment. But we should also, and I think younger people are a bit more like this. Okay, they don't need so many of the new high-tech facilities. Some of them are already like more, I need less, but more better quality. And this kind of approach is getting more and more traction as well. For instance, for Christmas, now is this movement that, okay, let's do Christmas without the gifts, okay? Without all the packings, without all the toys, without all the things we buy and throw away. What, do we really need this? No, we need something else. We need like the atmosphere, family reunions. So this is important. So people, this is also working on the mental level with people, on the mental level of the society. What do I really need? What is really important? And what choices do I make? Done. Yes.
Thank you so much. The subject is very interesting. I remember when I have read the first paper on the plastics, recycling of the plastic was 20 years ago when I started my PhD. There's a 9%. There's only the amount of plastic we are recovering. And when I have read 2 weeks ago, the same value, 9%. That means 20 years after, we still have what is going on. 20 years and nothing happened. Yeah. is something that we, as Olga mentioned, something very disruptive you have to do. We have to do really from each point of view. Thank you so much, Olga, one more time. Please enjoy me to thanks Olga. And now we are waiting for Marina. I hope so.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You can see the flags of the European Union.
From Brussels. Thank you so
It's
much.
time
in any case.
for us. Yes.
Buenas.
Buenas. Marina Martinez from the Spanish Office for Scientific and Technology in Brussels.
Yes.
We'll give a short, very nice presentation about the possibilities between Europe and I think Latin America for some common projects. Marina,
Exactly.
the floor is yours, or the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to share the screen and well, in the meanwhile, I'm going to, thanks for the invitation and the opportunity. Gracias a los compañeros y participantes latinoamericanos que nos acompañáis hoy. I'm going to continue my presentation in English, in any case, for all of you. And I have been told to explain a little bit on the opportunities that we have right now. And since the beginning of 2005, focus on energy. In fact, there are some calls on the cluster 5 on energy, which are open. They have opened since Monday this week, and they will be open until the end of February. Basically, we are talking on Horizon Europe opportunities and focus on the pillar 2, which are the pillar of the collaborative projects. So you have to present your project in a consortia. The consortia, usually you have to have a minimum 3 partners from, the minimum of the consortia is made from 3 partners from the 27 member states or the associate countries to Horizon Europe. And in case that we have any Latin American organization, this counts as the 4th one. And it's not the one of the 3 minimum required. So who can participate in all the topics that I'm going to explain a little bit before? So in principle, Horizon Europe is open for participating to all the countries, but not all the countries in the world can receive funding. In fact, in principle, only the low and medium, considered low and medium income countries can receive funding. However, all countries, all nationalities can participate into Horizon Europe calls. In the case of the Colombian partners, in addition of participating, they can also receive funding in case that the proposal that you are participating with in the consortia will be evaluated positively. So in this case, you will receive money as if you were an European partner as well. This is important that you will take it into account. So in cluster 5, so the related calls with the part of energy, basically the opportunities that are open right now are the ones related to energy supply and energy use. Here you have more or less the budget allocation. We are talking about the 52%, so more or less the half of the budget of all these cluster. This cluster is about 2.5 billion euro for the 23-24 approximately. And in the part of the energy, we have the destination 2, 3, and 4. The destinations that are open right now are the 3 and the 4. The 3 is the one related to all renewable energies and also carbon capture and energy storage and transfer. And the destination 4, I think that is very interesting also for you, because the topics open are the ones that are related with the building efficiency energy. concretely, they have open the topics that are open and that you can participate, or you can try to enter in a consortium. So are the ones that has opened this last Monday, and they will close by the end of January. I think that the date of January has been modified and has been amplified to the next month. In any case, what we have open and regarding the interest of the meeting today, I'm going to focus on those topics which are related with renewable energies, with hydrogen industries and biorefineries. So you see now that you have regarding renewable energies, you have one topic on solar power and solar thermal. Then you have 2 topics on renewable fuels, and you have 3 topics on photovoltaics. And photovoltaics, not only technologies, but integrated solutions into mobility, integrated into buildings, or also in improving the efficiency in solar photovoltaic cells when production of electricity as well. For the renewable fuels, you have 2 topics, as I have said. So one of them is regarding the generation of synthetic renewable fuel technologies, and the other is regarding the integration of these fuels via refineries and so in production of the typical biofuels, biochemicals, and biomaterials. So in the integration of 2 of these processes as well. Here in the table, I have made some summary regarding the number of topics that are the number of projects that are going to be approved per topic. Usually are rating approximately 2 to 3 projects approved by topic, except for the efficiency in photovoltaics production, which is only one topic, the one that is going to be open. Here you have as well what is the amount that is expected or that is kept for each of the topics, so you can have more or less an idea on how many projects are going to be approved. On the second part of regarding renewables, you have wind energies. One is more related with offshore wind farms and operation of these offshore wind farms, and the other is on demonstration of innovative floating wind concepts for offshore wind farms as well. They are projects, 2 projects of each topic are going to be approved, and you see that the sizes of the projects are the one on operations and the commissioning of offshore wind farms are really small, because are approximately are small, approximately 5 million euros per project. But we have, for instance, in the demonstration are much bigger, because each project is expected to have around to reach about 15 million euros. In the ocean energy, we have this year only one topic on quite futuristic technologies for ocean energy farms. Then we have a topic on in promoting the market uptake of the renewables, but is not a project developing technology, is a CSA, where it is expected that there will be 4 projects, 4 analyses, 4 studies of what would be the best measures for the market uptake of the renewable energy systems. And then for the carbon capture, this year, in this call, the one that is open right now, we have 2 topics. one on carbon capture for the production of fuels, and the other for the removal or negative emissions as well. Let's go into the last part of topics, the last destination which is open right now is the part which relates energy and buildings, or integration of renewable energies in innovative solutions for buildings. They are basically focused in the partnership Build for People. And we have, in this year, we have 5 topics. Three of them are innovation action, which means that you have to test in a real building, in a real environment. And 2 of them you have that are research and innovation actions. You can also make a test in a real environment, I mean in a real scenario, in a building, but not necessarily to arrive as such a close to market, let's say, solution. The first topic is related to the well, in both cases, in all of the cases I wanted to explain, there is this concept of integral vision of a building, not only thinking in the energy efficiency, but also thinking in the aesthetics, and also thinking in the circularity and sustainability of the building. I have put here several examples. One of the topics could be to design the way of adaptation, reuse, deconstruction of buildings in a circular way. In this topic, for instance, you can use is focused basically in non-residential buildings, for instance, ancient buildings from industries, and so that you can reuse, you can rebuild, you can renovate in order to make collective services, spaces for the society, for the community, but always under some energy conditions, not only energy conditions, but also renovation using special materials or materials that you are valorizing, and can be innovative solutions in order to keep all of these, let's say, aesthetics of the building, but with innovative solutions based in circularity and energy efficiency. The other topic that I think that is very interesting is also the application of digital solutions for planning urban districts or areas that could be also, let's say, of interest for the community. Here you have the combination of people, specialists in renewable energies and energy efficiency, but also in the digital tools. In this topic, in both of the topics, as you have seen, this is an innovation action. Let's say that it could be mandatory to make a test or to make a demonstration on a real building. With the management, with the tools for planification, etc. As I have said, and with that I will leave the floor to some questions. And so all these, let's say, concepts regarding the buildings are related to or are somehow connected with the initiative of the new European Bauhaus, beautiful, sustainable, and social applications as well. Here is very interesting because you have several examples of projects that are, let's say, under this umbrella. The funding is coming not only for the new Bauhaus initiative, but also from topics of the clusters in Pillar 2 from previous calls. And I wanted to highlight, for instance, this beautiful solution where they have used a nature-based solution, but also with criteria of resources efficiency and energy efficiency as well. Here I will give you some resources on webinars of the Commission if you are interested into going deep, not only into the topics, but also in several aspects of the call as well. And if you are looking for consortia, and so there is a tool that is at your availability, which is the tool from the national contact point for the cluster 5 that you can use to upload your profile and to upload the capacities that you are offering to a consortia. General resources as well, the list of the national contact point from member states and from associate countries as well. And from the part of collaboration among, in this case, among Spain and Colombia, the Innovation Agency where I belong, CBTI, we have also agreements with our dual, which is the Ministry of Science, in order to organize or to funding collaborative projects in many areas, but in the area of energy is one of the focus. Energy efficiency is one of the focus of these collaborative projects. Is not only in the area of energy, but we have also in many other areas, in ICT applications, in food or natural resources applications, and so. And in European programs, a part of Horizon Europe, you have, for instance, through the Global Gateway Initiative of the European Union with Latin America, we have initiatives like the Mission Innovation for innovative energy solutions as well, and the Low Carbon Business Action, which is an initiative among European companies and low carbon technological companies in the Americas. And with that, I would really thank for your attention, and I'm waiting for your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marina. Very nice, informative lecture or presentation. We have time. I think it's very important right now to ask questions to Marina. My first question, can you share with us this presentation? Yeah, I will send
absolutely. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And taking into account, and I would like to highlight that in all the topics, all the partners from Colombia, public, private, universities, companies, and so are eligible for funding. So if you are participating in a consortium with a budget as a member of the consortium, and the proposal where you are will be positively evaluated, you will receive money as if you were a European country. Okay.
Thank you. Very important information.
Yes.
From the audience, questions to Marina? Yes, Thomas.
Thank you. Marina, very nice to see you. It's Thomas over here.
Okay, good to see you. Good to hear you.
Yeah. If you could maybe share with the audience maybe some of the good practices in, arriving at the good consortium. So here we have colleagues from Poland and Colombia.
Yes.
But we need definitely the third partner, or even more, as a matter of fact. What are your sort of tips and tricks on finding a good consortium colleagues?
Yes. Okay. Well, I at the end of the presentation or at the middle of the presentation, I have put several resources as well of links and so. But the most efficient right now would be the Greenet network. The Greenet or the Greenet tool, which is a networking, in fact, it's a networking platform where you can upload your profile and so. One of the tips that I will tell you is that if you have seen most of the topics or the majority of the topics, what they are asking is for a demonstration. A demonstration at real scale, if it's an innovation action like in a building, for instance, or if it is a research and innovation action, maybe a demonstration in the laboratory or in a preparatory scenario, but similar to real scale. So in order to make you much more attractive, don't go only with your research. Go, for instance, with offering, for instance, a building or a test site where this technology or potential solutions can be replicated also in your country. So in order to make you differentiate from other potential, let's say, offerings that people can do. Because it is really difficult sometimes to look for test sites where test these technological solutions, these resources solutions and so. So most of the consortia, what they are looking is for a test site to validate technologies and to apply potential solution and to test solutions. So one of the good, let's say, tips for you will be, okay, I'm a specialist on this or on that, but I'm going in, I'm making an offering not only of my technology, but also a potential test site that could be an all manufacture, an all building for rehabilitation, for instance, can be an industrial building, can be, for instance, a small area of the city. So don't go alone, because in order to differentiate from other people that can offer similar technologies or similar research than you, the difference will be who is offering an added value. And the added value could be, okay, I'm going offering my research and my technology, but also I have an added value for the consortia, which is a test site where technology, several solutions can be tested in a different environment than in a European city or in a city of another, let's say, associate country. One of the main, let's say, mandates of the European projects is the replicability of the solutions. So you can offer as well this test site in order to test the replicability of the solutions that are useful not only in Europe, but also outside Europe. And this could offer, or this could open in the future markets as well. So it's a good justification and a good way to make you much more, let's say, attractive for the consortia.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, please remember yesterday we had the meeting of the CELICE, and the CELICE is a partner. We have different also countries, Greece, for example, and other countries that we can, together with Colombia, let's say, create really very nice proposals in such a framework here of the different subjects. Some more comments, questions to, yes, Albert?
Yes, thank you very much. Could you give us some ideas about the next Cluster 5 in 2025? Not only the calls now?
Yeah. The calls, well, as you know, the work program is being elaborating right now. In fact, we are in the second iteration of the work program, the draft work program. It is expected that in the next weeks we will have the third iteration, and with this iteration we can say that the content of the draft work program will be over. Regarding the content, as you know, there is continuity regarding what it has been done in 2024. Is true that there is more emphasis in hydrogen solutions, okay? And you have to think as well, remember that there will be in 2025 several partnerships regarding with renewable energies that will be put in place. What does it mean? So this means that if, for instance, there is going to be a partnership on photovoltaics, possibly, I can tell you, there will be almost no topics on photovoltaics in the work program, because in the work program of cluster 5, because the majority will be in the partnership. Or if there is topics in the work program regarding photovoltaics, they will say, this is a topic under the partnership of photovoltaics. So for these topics, for instance, on photovoltaics, which are related to the partnership, I strongly recommend you to go to the events that the European Association of Photovoltaics are going to start to do before the end of the year. This is absolutely clear, eh? And it will be my recommendation on that. Okay. For the draft work programs, and so you can contact your national contact points, and so they are, let's say, working documents, so they are not the definitive ones. So could be changes regarding the documents right now and the final publication that will take place in the first quarter of 2025. But all of us, we know it is a working document, can change, but not big changes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. One more question, comments? Or yes, Fernando?
Thank you very much, Alina. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. And really very glad to hear that we can make contact with Colombia. Okay. And really very, very interesting about the cluster 5. We are very interested as a team in here, as a group.
Super.
But my concern is a little bit about the funding. For instance, if we would like to run, a replica or something like that in Colombia, for instance, how is going to work out? This, I mean, in terms of the funding, because as far as I know, the funding have to be coordinated by a European partner. So not with the Colombia, the third country partner. So is this going to change or still remain the same?
No, it's true. There is no any legal, let's say, there is no legal obligation that the consortia has to be coordinated by a European partner. However, the experience says that in the majority of the cases of the projects that are approved, is a European partner, which is the coordinator. European, let's say the 27 countries or associate countries, because there is sometimes an associate country to Horizon Europe, which is the coordinator. The funding is going to the coordinator, and the coordinator, what is done, they do the transfer of the money to each of the partners of the consortia according to the time schedule of payments. So you will receive your money from the coordinator according to the time schedule of the payments. So it's not directly the commission, it's the coordinator who signs in name of the consortium the grant agreement with the commission, and the grant agreement has also the consortia agreement where you have the schedule of the payments to all these partners. And the coordinator has the obligation of acting like a bank. So he has to make the transfer of the money to the partner, not to the government of the partner, to the partner, the single partner. So in the case of if it is a, let's say, a Colombian company or a Colombian university, to this organization, okay? Because it's the obligation, okay? And in the time and a schedule that has been agreed in the consortium agreement, okay? So there is no intermediate, let's say.
Thank you, Marina. Also, thank you in the name of Fernando. Also, people from virtually connected, they can ask questions. Connected right now, if you have some questions, please. You can write even in the chat. We can. Exactly. We have the pitch elevator in.
Okay.
If you can, please stay. We will have more or less 8 or 9 pitch elevator presentation.
Super.
Some comments, questions? If not, please enjoy me to thank Marina. Thank you so much, Marina, for
Okay,
your
thanks
time.
to you all. And I hope that you will have a very fruitful morning as well, and a lot of chances of having offers to join consortium with other partners from Europe and the associated countries as well. Que tengáis buen día, mucha suerte
Gracias.
y seguro que hay muchas oportunidades. Thank you so much. Bye.
Gracias. Gracias, Marina. Gracias. Now we are a little, let's say, late with the pitch elevator. We right now the pitch elevator, time, let's say, elevator pitch sessions. As you know, the pitch elevator is something that is 2, 3, up to maximum 5 minutes solutions. BERSTIC start already in May in La Guajira, Colombia, go through virtual in August, and right now we are in Borso with some specific solutions. Welcome. Ojo. Directly charter. Yes, we have here the list of the pitch elevator presentations. Maybe we can follow the last table I received. Yes, here. Now the first one, I think, Beto, do we have this table already there? Is this, I think, online. It's engineer Harry Martinez. Yeah. Tempo AI. Tempo AI. This is the title: Application of Control and Monitoring of Activities, by Harry Martinez, engineer student. I think is a, yes, he's from the Universidad Cooperativa de Colombia. Or we can ask here Alejandro Vargas. This is the second pitch elevator. We have the video. So, okay.
Good morning.
Moment. Who is this guy? Yes, we have, I think, the first 3 are videos. The first 3 pitch elevator. Then we have okay. Who is this? They are connected, yeah. And they presented themselves there in this pitch elevator. The coordinator. Okay, let's start with that. Please.
Is from La Guajira, Colombia. Good morning. Greetings from La Guajira, Colombia. We would like to thank BERSTIC for allowing us to be part of this initiative. We're an alliance group from La Guajira, which was consolidated as a mechanism to establish development strategies for La Guajira and present initiatives at an international level, which our goal is to better the quality of life of our native communities. With this project and your support, we know it's possible. We are truly looking forward to the future. Our project aims to leverage an immense potential of La Guajira, Colombia, as the first fossil fuel exporting port while making a vital transition to clean fuels. This is not just an environmental initiative. It is a socially driven project focuses on addressing the critical needs of our local population. La Guajira children suffer from poor quality water and plastic pollution invades the desert and our waters. The local fishing industry is entirely artisanal, and the community lives in reserves dedicated to artisanal fishing. Additionally, Puerto Bolívar, a natural park from which coal is exported, is adversely affecting the bay and its inhabitants. The two-stroke engines used by local fishing boats are constantly and inefficient, further compounding these challenges. Moreover, unexplained oil spills have contaminated our beaches, and despite processing aid, meaningful opportunities have not yet been materialized. Puerto Bolívar is the heart of this issue. It is the site of the world's largest open pit mine, and our two bays, which are protected from natural events, present a unique opportunity. We propose creating a hydrogen production network to convert this resource into green ammonia for the local fleet. Our project draws inspiration from the nice marine storm, which is both buoyant and resilient to climate effects. At the core of our design, a floating platform equipped with wind turbines and flexible solar panels. Previous failures in desert solar projects have informed our modular infrastructure, designed for optimal solar energy capture. The electrolyzer will be centrally located in the bay, allowing for efficient hydrogen transport via dedicated tube to the port, where it will be converted into ammonia. Surrounding this platform, we will implement fish farming and integrate algae to purify the bay's water, mitigating the environmental impact of fishing activities. Our initiative, algae collectors, inspired by a spider web, will enhance the ecological balance. Additionally, our circular economy model will transform scattered plastic in the deserts into fuel, reducing deforestation and providing energy to the community. We will also utilize residual heat for this purpose to generate water needs for the electrolyzer. Our ultimate goal is to empower the local communities by improving living conditions and quality for all seafood products harvested from the sea. We invite you to join us in this country made in this transformative initiative that not only promises economic returns, but also fosters social, environmental stewardship in La Guajira. Together, we can build a sustainable future. Thank you.
Let's go with all the visual visualization and then
y seguimos encontrando, Mira las manchas, puro petróleo. Acá, ahí va la mancha. Ahí va, mira acá, bastante. Por toda la orilla, por toda esta orilla ahí.
Reactor construction, for sound and waste management. Second is related only for energy costs. The solar energy and maintenance and repair. And the last one is what we gain, the revenue streams. The big ratio is the hydrogen energy, between 70-75% of total revenue. of course, treated water, our biomass, and of course, during we'll obtain only hydrogen and in some case products, bioproducts. Okay. In the end, I wanted to thank the whole of my team here at Polish Academy of Science, Institute of Physical Chemistry, and special thanks for the leader, Professor Carlos Colmenares. And in the end, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ahmed. Of course, academically speaking, we have two things, a flash presentation and a pitch elevator. That means I can to tell you this is more close to the flash presentations. Yeah, it's just without any thanking me or thanking whatever. This is your solution. This is your solution. That's it. And we know you. We know you that you are working here very hard. Okay, thank you so much to you, Ahmed. Thank you. And now, Isa. Isa, are you ready? And then Marcin, after Isa, and Fernando, people who are here. And then we will connect with the virtual pitch elevators. Thank you so much. Ahmed, we can share maybe the microphone with Isa. Isa already has the presentation here. Perfect. Wow. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, how are you? I'm very glad to be here with all of you. I'm Isa Rodriguez. I come from a region of Spain in the north. I'm working together with the University of Cantabria in letting you know the two solutions for the Guajira area and from many other rural areas for you to see a possibility of both things. There are two items we are talking about here. One is the production of biofuel from fish waste, and the other one is to connect the life cycle into the processes with an easy path to get into understanding how this thing can be done in a domestic or everyday life level. So to do so, I wanted to tell you that the solution, which is getting fish weight. Can you hear me? No, don't worry, don't worry. When I take it out, maybe microphone doesn't work. Well, what we are going to do is you may find familiar with, because it's like being in a kitchen, like producing some food, but instead of that, we are going to use food waste. And that food waste, we are going to make a process with it so that we can get. I got an assistant, which is amazing. Europe has been very good. Our technician knows everything. Thank you very much. No, by side. Side by side. Thank you. Okay, so we are on a place where we are going to do a stew. Remember, fish waste. I'm not going to talk about the problems that fish waste in La Guajira or in other places in the planet can cause, but rather on the possibilities of using them to produce energy that you can control yourself. So to do that, imagine, you have to imagine there is nothing here, but then we are in the kitchen, we had a pot here, right? And the process we are going to do now with our stuff, which is the fish waste, because La Guajira actually, the same as Cantabria, is a place where there is sea, where there is fishing, and therefore we eat a lot of fish as well in Cantabria. I wasn't thinking of connecting that to the research that is being done in Cantabria, in the university, but for you to know, we think that both processes could be helping each other in the sense of improving them. But my idea here is not talking about that, but talking about how you do it in your own environment. How do you do it on do-it-yourself setup in a kit, right? It is dangerous. It is a dangerous, is it a difficult rather than dangerous? Is it a difficult process? This one, is it difficult? Well, in fact, what I'm going to do is to get the recipe, obviously, because this is something that, oh, a lot, okay, thank you very much. I am going to set some gloves on, and I'm going to use sunglasses. And the last one I'm going to use, well, I think it's okay. The last thing I'm going to use, obviously, yeah, it works. Gloves. Does fish smell? Yes, it does. Right? So waste produces a smell. It's very smelly. So what I understand is done is you put. That's very good. Now, okay. Together. We put that on our face. Is to use this facial, the pot we have in here. And we have our table here, right? There's a big pot to do the biomethanol. And put the fish together, we squeeze it, right? So things could get out. So we get the mass, the volume itself, the material. And we wait, sort of. Let's say we put it together into, let's say, a volume of that is not that will weigh about 15 kilograms, right? So in a volume of a liter, you may get 50 kilograms. Put it into a bowl. No, because I can't see the process. I'm afraid. I love you. In the back. You like to be in the back? Don't worry. I think I'll manage. Well, you see, all these nerves become the same when you are in the kitchen, when you are producing something you never done before, right? But you see, it is easy. Oh, that's amazing, this device. Good invention. Thank you very much. I put it in here. Is that okay? Good. You see, this is incredible all the time. I don't know your name. What's your name?
My name is Behtocht Hashemi Hosseini, but it is very difficult, it's Persian name. So Behi.
Becky. Okay, up with Becky.
Thank you.
You've been very good all the time, Becky.
Thank you so much. I'm
And-
so flattered.
And you work a lot too. Okay, so I'm going faster, right? We had the stuff. We put it in the pot. We take the table away, put it on the pot, and we are going to do the special thing. I have to go to the shop nearby. I'm in an agriculture place, so methanol is not so difficult to be taken. I have a liter of methanol, and it's not too expensive, really. And then I need a little bit of soda. Soda is that what you use to make soap, right? But the proportion is really, really, really small. So in the table on the side, protects it. I've already set the fish, but on a little pot, I will put the alcohol and methanol, and I will put a little bit of soda and mix it together. Then I pour that into the big pot and put the mixture of methanol with soda into it. And then imagine we said, you remember, we said we had a liter of fish. Well, you need to put half of that liter of fish on water into the pot. We are talking about not doing just a bioethanol experiment just for one person, right? We are doing it together. We are going into this in the village, many of us, right? So our pot is going to be very big, but the proportions are like that. So imagine that your pot is as big as, let's say, 100 liters, right? So we are going to put only half of it, of the amount of fish we have, right? If we have one liter of fish, we put half a liter of water, and that you multiply depending on the quantities you want to do. You put it in the pot, and you start stirring it. You keep on stirring it, and then you say, okay, there's something I forgot. And then someone continues doing that, and then there is a person coming to get us a little bit of vinegar, tin, 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 just to make the compound tickle a bit, right? And then what do? When you slowly keep on removing, keep on going round and removing this stuff. After a time, long after time, then they separate completely. The methanol gets in one, the biodiesel, excuse me. The biodiesel stands separated from the water that you can reuse, and other things that are waste that had nothing to do with the protein in the fish. Yesterday, you were talking about producing nanofibers from cellulose, right? And you had to break all the fibers and everything, and to get these colloids of fibers of cellulose, of pure cellulose. With the proteins from animals, is much cheaper, much easier to get it, because then the production, the cutting of into molecules is easier, because of course it is animal protein, right? I'm not an specialist, but this is something I thought about. So think that if you have your fish waste, you can produce your own fuel. You either by using it again into the boat when you are fishing, So you get your own energy. You don't need to buy petrol. That could be one. You get an income or for your own use. Okay? That is the first solution. So the second solution, I said it was another one. It is, what do I do to check if my production is green, is actually useful for the sustainability of the land. Thank you very much, Olga. So in here, we are using a very simple system of understanding, which is just a traffic light system. So we have the possibility of not doing nothing, right? Doing nothing. We don't know if we are circular or not. We don't care about it. Thank you. Or no, we don't care about it. We don't say anything. Or we care about it, but we don't know what to do with it, right? So that will be the point 0. From 0 to 1, there are things that are wrong, maybe. For example, waste of fish, right? Resources that are waste, that are not recycled. That will be the point 0, okay? So from then on, when you start thinking of doing biodiesel, that will come from 0 to 1. You're already thinking on something that is interesting, that could change things like they are. So from 0 to 1, you have the red light, the light for emergency, red light for it. Then imagine that you are already preparing everything, getting it everything. There are other problems, there are other wastes around, but you are producing your biofuel. When you do that, then you come from 1 into 2 or into 3, you get to the orange light. And that's the light that indicates that you are moving, you are in action, everything is changing in it, right? And then at the end, when your bioethanol had been, methanol has been produced, biodiesel has been produced, and you say nothing. You don't say that, Devin, just all the time getting confused, you say nothing. Oh, what did you pretending? Okay, I'm going to get very, very angry now. Okay, I'll put the ideas again, right? What would you want? We want to do in here? We want to connect the work on producing biodiesel, which is supposed to be a very strange thing and very difficult thing that can only be done in big biorefineries, into something which is easy to be done. And we can produce incomes for us at the same time as we get better on our sustainability. Then I hope the solution we have been talking about could be your own, and you could do it on your own sites. There are two key ideas, but I cannot.
I think we have a time
yeah,
out.
you know, you have
a long time ago.
How many? 2 hours?
Thank you so much. You look very nice.
How long?
I
How
love
long?
you.
How long it goes?
This is for 8 pitch elevators. No one.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, and you have 20 seconds.
In 20 seconds, I want to tell you that the solutions have been made by Georgios Likanov, by Tamara Llano and Alberto Coz from the CELIS project.
Thank you so much, Elisa.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's continue. This is, of course, pitch elevator. Travel to the moon or something like that. We have a lot of time. Martin, are you here, Martin? Okay. Please keep the time because we will reduce the time for lunch. And we want to start 1:30. This is a very important point. Here, Martin, Martin is CEO of the Globe Green Energy company with a solution related to effectively, yes, heat or, it's here, right there. Okay, Martin, you have the conventional pitch elevator time. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah, all right. I represent a very innovative new technology that I want to talk to you about. We called it electricity, heat or cold, wherever you want it. I hope many of you know this movie. This is back from 1985, Back to the Future, about a crazy scientist who invented how time travel. Well, he did. He had a car, and he fueled this car. These are banana peels, right? So he put in banana peels into the car kept driving. So we have the solution, not for a car yet, but hopefully for something much more interesting. We came up with the help of Polish scientists from many universities with a patented technology for burning biomass, a very special type of biomass, which I will refer to in a second. But for us, it is residual from agriculture and farm production. So we can create value to farmers for products which they currently, they don't like to call it that way, but they waste it. This is a heavy duty unit. It's this first one. This is the first application. It's a unit which is 1.5 meters long. So it's small, portable. Okay. So we can easily move it. And the revolutionary burning process allows us to burn it at very, very high temperatures, up to 1200 degrees. Now, which has been impossible so far. You do that in, I don't know, cement factories and places like that. This is now done on a micro scale, so that, this technology is the so-called cogeneration, means that we generate at the same time heat and power. Heat meaning heat or cold, and power. Why is it such a potential revolution from our perspective? Because these are the types of fuel, okay, you don't really want to call it fuel, but it is fuel for us, that can be used, okay? So just to give you a few examples, cereal husks, pine cones, cocoa husks, coffee husks, various types of seeds and stones, which are typically not used, wood chips, maize processing residues, even manure. Just a funny example, in India alone, if you were to efficiently burn the cow dung that is produced by cows in India on a daily basis, this would be enough electrical energy to supply all of Poland, right? In terms of why is this in line with what the world thinks, this is a report from the International Energy Agency, which predicts how much biomass will be used to produce energy worldwide. And even though nobody believes the green line is the net zero emission scenario, nobody believes in that scenario, well, still, you can see significant growth, most of it coming from developing countries, such as Central and Southern America, Africa, and Southeast Asia. And there is an abundance of biomass that can be used for these purposes. If you look at this picture on the right-hand side, it's everywhere globally, and it's not used. We produce 100 billion tons. And the biomass we're looking at, it's biomass that grows within 1 year. So actually we are CO2 neutral, because whatever CO2 has been absorbed by the plants, then we burn it and we don't produce extra CO2. So no emissions. The product is ready, it has been certified, it meets the toughest EU standards for emissions. That's it, thank you very much. I think I made it quick enough.
Thank you so much, Marcin. Thank you. Now we can go with Fernando. Yes. You have the video. Okay, let's. Okay, here we have. Because I have maybe the table is not updated here. Who is this presenting here? Berto, do you know? Yeah. The table I have. Sorry, Jorge here is. Yes, I can give you my microphone. Do you want this one? The best one.
Well, challenging to make a pitch presentation for a solution for a complex problem. Well, over the morning, we have talked about climate change, sustainable energy, sustainable, and all we agree that we are facing complex problems, but moreover, we are facing wicked problems. Difficult to solve, difficult to define. And I want to share with you only, or inspire you with the work that we are doing at the Institute for the Future. So the Institute for the Future born a logical approach to deal with these wicked problems. So we do not have any specific agenda as other institutes, as for instance, nuclear or chemistry. So basically we collect challenges from the industry. We collect challenges from the students, from professors, or from the government, and we have a co-creative process. How this process looks like? Basically, we launch this Design Feasible Futures framework, in which each challenge goes through 4 modules. First one is about framing, and it's an essential one. Why? Because some problem of the government is different than the problem of the society, and different of the problem of the industry. So we really need to match the problems of the society and also the problem that the science wants to solve. Sometimes we spend more than 50% of the time in projects just defining, just having a common ground. What is the problem? What is your problem? What is our problem? Then once we identified that, we go to the complexity model. And similar as Olga introduced it, we go to the systemic approach. We need to identify what are the systemic aspects: political, legal, economical, environmental. And we visualize that in a system map and try to identify what are the leverage points, trying to identify the right solution. Once we have that, we go to multi-level model, which consists basically on defining who should be around the table, which kind of disciplines, social disciplines, engineering disciplines, medical disciplines, but also which stakeholders should be involved, which stakeholders we need around the table. So once we have it, we go to the futures, and this one is more scenarios based, but scenarios based in a co-creative process. Yeah, not only statistic. We need to see how we together define these scenarios and how to move towards that. So I introduce, let's say, sequential. We back and forth in those 4 modules. And what is interesting here is that when we have a team of people working on this one, we need time to think and to more people in the process. That is the reason why I developed an incubator for transdisciplinary research, in which we have 3 phases. The initiation, we start to think what is the real problem, try to design the first system map, and try to maturate and to launch really what could be an alternative solution, because we're not trying to find the unique solution, because it's impossible for these wicked problems. And then each project has a different output. But what is relevant, and my main message here, is that we are trying to build learning communities. Yeah, that is relevant, because altogether we need to develop new skills for working with people, for communicating with other people, as Alberto mentioned this morning, connecting with other people in a process we could learn together and we could provide that alternative solution out of the world. Thank you.
Thank you
okay,
so
Juan
much, Jorge.
Carlos.
Thank you. You have more time. You thank you so much, Jorge. Thank you so much. I think we have one more videos right now. It's okay. Beto, do you know how to follow all these videos? A, B, C, D. Because we are in the very close to the lunch time. I know you are very hungry. Please use the Ikigai philosophy, only 80% full for the after lunch to be active. Okay, let's go, Beto. Thank you. I think we will continue with Hania. Hania here in person, because we see Hania and this is the best the combination here with this. Hania, the floor is yours. It's my pleasure to see you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation to be in this nice meeting and to learn more about what you're doing in Colombia, and actually interconnected with Europe. You are asking for solutions. I don't know if I'm bringing a solution, but this is a real good proposal of networking. What is happening? Usually, scientists, we are looking to grow. We are looking for connections. I don't need. Thank you. To grow, we want to connect, and this is what we have listened to connect our science with the society and to connect across borders. And this is, all the idea is to build connections to network. Thank you. Next one. Okay, then I have the next one. And this? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, back. And then with this idea, this consultancy bound, this is Brit Networking, it's a startup in Germany. And what we are doing is connecting science, innovation, and business strategically. We are offering this because we want that our scientists grow in the markets. We are offering for dry transformation, network management services. We collaborate in joint venture partnerships. We are working in contact management, and we are doing, because we are working between Latin America and Germany, the translation in the Cultural Business Association in this direction. So to lead this transformation, we have key pillars. First, science. Science is the base of knowledge, but we are linking science with business insights and also with the creative problem solving. That is what our colleague was speaking before. Our mission is really to deliver a real value. Why? With our expertise and support in science and business, we bridge opportunities because we are linking the science with the industry and leading this interface. And also, we want that our customers or the people related really, like you are doing, your solutions drive impact in the society. We are looking and we are working with the European and Latin American markets. They are markets that we know very well. And the idea is really to locate the strategic and the collaborative, impactful connection. We are part of the Brit Networking is part of Berlin Brain City. This is a community of brains, and we drive success through interdisciplinary networking. For this, I invite you to watch this video. I need to connect this video. I'm sorry, how I connect this video, because it's very easy actually. Yes, please. And this is only 1 minute long. You can. Okay. 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 So it's a pity, but the idea, you are invited to them to watch what is doing Berlin Brain City, what they are doing brains in Colombia, in Germany. What we are doing is we are a community of scientists located in all region Berlin in different areas of multidisciplinarity. We are more than 100 scientists, and we are looking for international collaborations. So I wanted to show you what we are doing, but you can watch on YouTube and really connect through us in this direction. I'm ambassador of Berlin Brain City, and we are connecting the place of for innovation and transformation, which is Berlin, with Latin America. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We have the remaining stuff using YouTube. This is strange. Yes, it's strange because we have the category A+, the institute. I was expecting to have at least YouTube connection. But anyway, I think I can invite you for something very nice. That means the lunchtime. Go downstairs and we will try maybe this afternoon to have a space time for this pitch elevator, maybe as we will have. But we will start the panels 1:30. We will do our best to start the panel 1:30. This is quite real, yes, because people from the to the panel, I mean, especially from the panels. That means please be here 1:25, and then enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much, and sorry for this kind of technical issues here. Thank you. Now we will finish the elevators very fast. That means we will with Hania, and then we continue with the 3 more expected. Okay, Hania, the floor is yours.
You play the video. Okay. Yes. In the name of my colleagues and Bridge Networking in Berlin, we express our gratitude for giving us the opportunity to introduce you the video of what we are doing in Berlin. Thank you. So much. The Berlin Bridge Networking, we are connecting with Berlin Brain City. And the idea is to connect you, the program of BERSTIC, with Berlin. So I'm very happy to cool tomorrow talk about the effect of the
Jak
diaspora and how we
chcesz
can
pe-
build it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now we will continue with the next pitch elevators here.
Imagine a platform that not only manages projects, but optimizes their development through artificial intelligence. That's Tempo AI, a designed application for the BERSTIC network, which revolutionizes how we manage time, resource, and teams in scientific, technological, and cultural projects. The challenge? Today, project management is often inefficient, demanding too much time and effort on repetitive tasks. Teams need a tool that automates process, frees up their potential, and helps them focus on what truly matters, innovation. This is where Tempo AI comes in. With Tempo AI, users can update tasks progress in real time, receive their data recommendation to improve project efficiency, access to strategic insights that optimize the use of human and financial resources. All in user-friendly platform that facilitates collaboration, ensures transparency, and enables informed decision making, making teams more agile and efficient. At the moment, we are in the research and development phase with mockups already showing how Tempo AI will transform project management. We are exploring how this platform can make a difference in any organization, accelerating growth and optimizing project execution. If you are looking to be part of the next big innovation in project management, Tempo AI is the answer.
Let's go with the next one by the Universidad Cooperativa de Colombia.
Hello, my name is Alejandro Vargas Cuartas. I'm a software engineering student at the Cooperative University of Colombia, Medellin campus, and a member of BERSTIC Research Group. Today, I will present PSA, an innovative tool designed to optimize the levelized cost of energy. PSA is designed to evaluate and improve the economic feasibility of renewable energy systems and is aimed at master students. It provides them with a platform to apply theoretical concepts and advanced methodologies in the techno-economic evaluation of projects. Evaluating renewable energy projects can be complex and challenging, but PSA simplifies this process by offering an accessible tool for simulating and optimizing these projects, making analysis and decision-making easier. PSI provides several key benefits. First, it enables practical application of theories learning class. Second, it helps develop high after skills in the job market. And third, it fosters innovation and enhances students' ability to tackle challenge in the energy transition. The objectives of PSA are to understand and apply the concept of LCOE, to develop skills in using tools for optimizing energy systems, to assess the technical and economic viability of energy system generation technologies, and to analyze and compare various investment scenarios. PSA offers several important features, including an intuitive interface, advanced mathematical models like linear programming and particle swarm optimization, sensitive analysis to evaluate the impact of various variables, and customized reports to support decision making. In summary, BSA is a key tool that not only enhances learning and fosters innovation in the evaluation of energy projects, but is also invaluable in not interconnected areas. In these regions, BSA helps determine the most viable technologies and optimize energy research, addressing the challenge of limited infrastructure. Thank you for your attention.
Technology faces significant challenge. Inefficient process often limit the ability of institutions to participate effectively in global projects and take advantage of opportunities. At the BERSTIC, we will address this problem through a technology platform that facilitates networking and connection between research, industries, governments, and communities. Policy. Through an automated system, we optimize the interaction between members of international science cooperation network, allowing science, technology, innovation, and culture projects to flourish. Algorithms. Our platform will intelligently match participants based on their geographical location, professional skills, and previous experience. Issue concern will be divided, improving the management of calls, fostering knowledge transfer, and project continuity. This platform will not only improve the visibility of projects, but will also optimize the allocation of resources in fostering the creation of a strategic alliance, allowing a more efficient and agile participation in international calls. Finally, we catalyze global scientific cooperation by providing a space in which the main actors that may participate in calls.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Fernando Colmenares, and I would like to present the intelligent monitoring of energy system in Colombia non-interconnected zones. So, what about the non-interconnected zone in Colombia? There are more than 1,700 localities that don't have access to electricity. This is the 53% of the national territory that is translated in 2 million people roughly. So as you can see in the map, are the non-interconnected zone of Colombia. What is the problem is the need? Yeah, this is about that they are getting solutions instead of the solar energy system, but they don't have any system to be monitored. So this is a key issue in terms of the maintenance that can be provided to those systems. So we are proposing is a system that can be, this is the solution right now, a system that is made up of different sensors that are intelligent sensors, and we can apply the data processing, but also using optimization and artificial intelligence to make better decisions in terms of maintenance, problems, and so on, predictions and reports. Okay, the service of data processing center that is going to be located in Medellin can gather this data and then to be processed and to be translated into information. So the project progress is, as you can see on the screen, so we are articulating all these points in here, and I hope that you're gonna like this project. Thank you very much.
Okay, students, welcome to today's most important class in this course.
What if you could know how your customers react to your product, even before you build? I am Salvador Villar, an electronic engineer at the Research Engineering Institute of the Universidad Cooperativa de Colombia. We are pioneers in an innovative way to service and product design. We present Innovers, where through personalized digital twins, virtual replicas of technologies, services, or courses, we immerse users in realistic and interactive environments. In these simulated environments, we capture real-time emotional data through advanced biometric sensors, such as heart rate, galvanic skin response, acoustic analysis, and eye and face tracking. Imagine a digital twin of your product or service, where every emotional data from the user is tracked, analyzed, and feedback into the design process. We create immersive and realistic environments to capture what the users really feel. This allows companies to refine their product even before launching them into the market. By relying on both digital twins and biometric data, we can align user emotional response to the functionality of your product. In these ways, companies have a real vision to redesign or optimize their product offering based on real emotional reactions, creating a real link and a deeper connection with their customers. Our solution doesn't just test products, it transports them. With digital twins and emotional data, we can approach the gap between what a user can experience and what a company can deliver, creating emotional and deeper link with companies and customers. So, what if you could know how your customers experience your product within a digital space and in real time? Welcome to the future of innovation, and let's build it together.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the authors of all these speech elevators. Thank you. And now we can start our session. We have the two panels. The first panel related to artificial intelligence and digitalization, water management, hydrogen production, and all these things related to the biomass valorization and so on. I will invite here the panelists. We have this place for the panelists. I will take one. is here because we have 4 panelists. The first person, you know him, is a professor, director of our institute, Adam Kubas. Please. You are the first.
Shall I sit
as
or
the,
stand?
no, you can see over there.
Here.
Yes, because you were together with the other panelists. Just a few words about Professor Kubas. We have here, this is the director of our institute and of the PhD. He did a PhD in Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany, postdoc in the University College in London and UK. And afterwards, he worked here in our institute and opened, of course, the research group related to cooperative catalysis, and is since 1 year director of our institute, working very hard with our staff in science and doing the best. And we are helping you to have the best institute here in Poland. The second panelist for this discussions today is Marcin Grodzki. Marcin Grodzki, coming here from Warsaw, is the Air Protection and Climate Policy Office at Warsaw City Hall. Marcin, a few words about Marcin. I think we have this information in the agenda. It's already sent to all of you. I need to find this information somewhere here. Yeah, Mr. Marcin, experience and manages 12 years as in the sustainable development, climate change issues.
Hard measures, subsidiary system, coal ban, low emission zone, by the way, the newest one, having a lot emotions in the air pretty recently. So, and by the way, I'm very sorry, I have to leave in like 15 minutes to discuss the future of the low emission zone. So an issue that, you know, all of us living here in Warsaw have in mind, certainly. And we, as a local government, we love to cooperate. We love to share experience. We love to go into new projects. First of all, the goal is the same. Even if we are talking about Colombia, about communities in a different part of the world, the goal is the same: to improve the quality of life of the people. The people are in the center of our interests, and they are the beneficiary of changes, right? Regarding air quality, climate policy, but at the same time, even if we do have an ambition and a very progressive actions and plans, we must remember, how to say, to not leave people behind, like the coal ban in Warsaw, which has a great impact on air quality, but at the same time, we have an issue of energy poverty, right? We have to tackle at the same time. So we, in some period, we were the office responsible for banning the coal, and at the same time, we provided a subsidiary from the government to buy coal, right? It's like, it's strange, but that's how the legal act happened. And we have to struggle with that issues. And I pretty believe, I mean, in every country, in every region, in every community, we could have a common understanding and maybe share a bit of experience and exchange some views on how to tackle the emotions, not only the impacts or the tangible effects. Right?
Thank you, Marcin. Tomojo, you as a person from the industry, and you already have some experience in Colombia. What is your opinion?
Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure and a great honor. First of all, I'm really focused on the investments on the green technologies that can tackle not only the business issues for the investors, but also solve the problems of local communities. So we have quite a lot of projects right now. We have first package of 5 big green ammonia projects all over the world. already under development in Oman, in Jordan, in Greece, in Mauritania, and now we have. We hope that the fifth one will be in Colombia, La Guajira. That's what we are right now working on very hard. And so, first of all, La Guajira is a very special region with very high, let's say, or very significant level of energy poverty. I think the approximately 2.5 megawatt hours per annum per capita is consumed all of kind of energy. I mean, not only electricity, but fuels, heat, everything combined. It's going to be probably 2.5, maybe 3 megawatt hours per annum per capita per person. So in London, it is 40 megawatt hour per capita. So to understand what is the difference, yes, and if we are speaking about the economical development and sustainable development of local communities, we have to have it in mind that that there is no rich community without energy. Yes, there is no economic development without energy. Energy is a basic condition to grow, to make things happen, and this is exactly what we would like to also bring to La Guajira with our green ammonia project, because these green ammonia projects are fully off-grid. They are not connected to any distribution or transmission grids. They are self-sufficient, but with enormous excess energy they produce, they can also supply local community with electric energy, fuels, heat, every kind of energy that is being consumed locally. That's the idea, and that's the idea of all of these projects that I can say that already are ongoing. It's not very difficult to find financing for this kind of project, because majority of private equities, as today, also the big utilities in the world, they are aiming to decarbonize. They are aiming. Their goal is to transform. So all these money are waiting for the green projects, but these green projects must come with some kind of financial model that justifies the investment. Yes, so, and this is a very important remark I would like to make right now, that from this big money point of view, they also seeking for the big investments with big results. Our thinking is, usual thinking is, okay, let's do something small. Let's prove that it works, and then let's scale it up. From the big financial institution point of view, this is not true. They don't care if you did something small or not. They want to see the big numbers, and then they will invest. This is why also we would like to solve the problems of local community, not with small steps, because these problems must be solved now, not in the 40 years from now. So we need to find a solution how to bring the big bunch of investment to solve this problem significantly, to make the change in, for example, 5 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomojo. I think part of this money can be where Thomas is sitting in Brussels, yeah? Thomas,
well,
please share with us some secrets.
Said, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. Important is that we're sitting here at the table representing 4 different kind of stakeholders, and I think this is where you should really start the discussion. You have the researchers that provide the innovation. We would like to have that an excellent and disruptive innovation. You have the business developers like Tomojo, who can actually pick it up and create the connections with the venture capital or the financing. I think we also have a very important actors like cities, regions. So I think this is also in nowadays, in this sort of a political dimension we're in, the role of the city halls and local communities is amazing, because at the end of the day, everything is really locally placed. And And this is where it can actually contribute to the needs of the citizens. So, and when we are there in Brussels, so sort of enabling a little bit of interactions between the different actors, and yeah, attracting the attention of the community to use the funding which is available there. That can be helpful to a certain extent, I suppose. With probably different sectors and in different areas, this can maybe take a little bit longer until you are able to attract the big money and the big investors. But maybe, as Tomo says, there are some issues that we know that are happening right now, right here, that needs a bit of out of the box thinking. And I think this is a great a chance to do that and engage in that process. And this is what we do. That's why we brought the Marina and the colleagues from the SOST, which is a Spanish office in Brussels. So to create the connection between the Polish colleagues and the colleagues in Colombia, and actually create sort of a European added value, because we will not tackle those critical challenges on our own here in Warsaw or elsewhere in Madrid or Colombia. We have to work together. And I think what you just said as well, and Marina was also pointing that you have to prove that your ideas work and they can be replicable and can be adapted to the needs of different local communities. And I think if you provide this, it will be easier for us well for someone with the funds to actually throw some capital and to translate that into a bit of a practice.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I think you are right. It's a very nice connection here on this table. All the stakeholders and of course the community. The community, as we know, is a very important key. As also Tomojo knows, we have to investigate what is going on there, what people really want and what happened. I think we can continue with the second issue, very general for all of you four. I will start with Martin because Martin is leaving in 10 minutes. Is the following: based on your expertise or experience in fostering international cooperation and technology transfer, what strategies or initiative would you suggest for utilizing global expertise and resources to accelerate the development of sustainable hydrogen technologies and achieve the BERSTIC network broader goals? Very long.
Wow, good question. Yeah, let me digest that. No. Yeah, I mean, I mean,
I can repeat.
Let me try first, and then yeah. I don't think there is an unusual answer, like a typical for all kind of projects. I think we should seek for some, not key messages, but we have to highlight a couple of success factors of the projects that would be scaled up in the future, would achieve capital, would achieve financing then. So I would say, from my perspective, I mean, dealing with climate policy, dealing with air quality, sustainable development, and so on and so forth, the success factor number one would be co-benefits. So it's not so easy to attract funding and to get funding for a project that are solving and covering only very narrow part of the problem or part of the issue. Like I'm not hydrogen specialist. I barely know what hydrogen is, to be very frank with you. But having in mind the cities, the infrastructure, and having in mind the flooding in Poland recently, so let me focus on the blue-green infrastructure. So if you would like to achieve funding for projects regarding the blue-green infrastructure, then you have to find co-benefits, as I mentioned. So it's not only park; it should be a park with a flooding management system underground, like to cover the retention, to keep the water on the plot instead of going into the pipes. For hydrogen, I don't know. My take would be, I mean, we as a city are dependent on the state-owned company, which is Termika. We don't have our own heat production systems. Like we have Veolia who maintain the network, and then PGNiG Termika who generates heat. Still from coal in Siekierki and from natural gas in Żerań. But I would say, I mean, having in mind the climate change, having in mind the energy security and that kind of issues that will be more and more important, having in mind what happened in Ukraine, seeking for off-grid solutions, seeking for solutions providing local heat, not network connected, not dependent on the huge network and the huge plants, are the future. So I would say also the kind of the local distribution of the energy production, and the hydrogen is all about that, right? To some extent. Okay.
Thank you, Martin. I think it's you look at the Tomojo, and Tomojo, what do you think about that? You know, crazy times we have right now.
Yeah, Warsaw is a very special place. I also love this city, and I share this point that this is the best and the most beautiful place in the world. However, it's very complicated. In terms of energy transition, especially as Marcin mentioned, Warsaw as a city hall has not control over the not only the heating sources but also over the heating grid, yes, or heating system. All was privatized long time ago, and this is the general problem of the big cities. And the green transition and the carbonization works the best with the smaller size, yes, because what limits in the end of the day the size and the capacity of green renewable systems that are off-grid, of course? The land available because every PV, every wind power consumes the land, and the land defines the capacity of energy that can be produced. For now, maybe in the future we will have new sources of primary energy, and then maybe it will change. But for today, we have to understand that to bring to tackle the problem of not sufficient energy for the economical growth, we have to also note the problem of space, physical space that can be used. This is why places like Warsaw, like big cities, will have a much bigger problem, and I think completely other solutions will be used for this kind of to tackle these problems. But La Guajira, Colombia, is the perfect example of one of the best locations in the world in terms of energy, renewable energy potency. Yes, because of wind, but wind, which is the one of the best, I think, is equal to our project in Mauritania, which is one of the best in the world. The two best spots in the world are Namibia and Chile, by the way. But I think the La Guajira, Mauritania, and maybe a few more will be just the next, with 9, 10, 11 meters per second of wind constantly all over the year. It's enormous portion of energy that can be produced, and that's exactly why all the companies of the world want to set up their projects in Colombia, La Guajira. Not, but I can see that, you know, thinking about the big projects that will produce a lot of energy, to put this into transmission system and send it to the central Colombia, to the urbanized areas of Colombia, is not exactly what just transition is all about. Yes, we have to have in mind that local communities that are hosts of this land with these energy conditions, they should be the first who profits from this situation, and not only in Colombia, everywhere else. So that's the goal. How we can make this transition in the way that it will be not again we're not going to repeat again this mistake of concentration, of centralization, of creating the very huge corporation who harness all of these possibilities. How we can make it more sustainable in the end. And I think this is exactly the time that is possible. If we would talk right now, 20 years ago, when no one heard about sustainable development goals of United Nations, for example, probably La Guajira would be already completely full of international energy companies with the wind towers everywhere. Yes, but today, even Colombian government cannot push this in the face of sustainable development goals, ESG, and so on and so on. And this is the opportunity that must be used by local community as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And also this the complexity of the issue about environmental protection, the transportation, everything is so complex, and it's the maturity in this La Guajira is zero, as you mentioned. Is everything to be done really based on sustainable goals, and there's a lot of work. Yeah, you're right, totally. What says your opinion, Thomas?
Yeah, I think I will refer to two keywords that Tomoho have used, and in a way sort of try to link it back to the research community, which I kind of feel myself a part of. One is the challenge. You've mentioned a big challenge is probably in the cities like here in Warsaw, in arriving into a fully decarbonized city and an energy transition. And since this is a challenging ground, there needs to be an innovation for that, and this is where the academic community can come in. I'm not entirely sure if, for instance, the type of the research that you, Adam, have referred to would be particularly helpful in these challenges. It's not for me to justify, but I'm entirely sure that the research community and the academic community can actually contribute significantly into solving those issues. And this is where funding from the European framework program can help, because you will not be able to work on your own, like we do very often in Poland, being funded by the NCN or NCBR, but you will have to work with your peers across Europe. So that's one added value. And you will have to provide some sort of a out-of-the-box thinking in a way of like not only doing your research, which this is what you would like to do, and I think you should be doing that, but also think about the consequences, the effects, the results, the impact that your research can bring and provide. And this is very important to really think of those communities, different stakeholders. I again will talk about or refer Marina. She mentioned that, if you'd like to, for instance, come up with the technology to make the buildings, the renovations of the building more sustainable, you have to provide some sort of a living lab environment and to proof of concept for that. And I think in many calls and in many funding streams that we have available within the EU, this will very often be addressed. That doesn't necessarily mean that you as a researcher, for instance, or the research community have to provide those answers, but you have to partner with the right people so that they could do that. And I think partnering just in this table, like between researchers, business developers, and maybe city regulators or someone that's sort of a non-standard academic stakeholder would be beneficial. The other a keyword that you mentioned was a sort of a thinking of the actors that are not usually being taken into account. And for that, I deeply believe that we need to have the sociologists, anthropologists, and in generally speaking, representatives of the humanities and social sciences on board, especially when we talk about the areas like energy transition, decarbonization, because it will impact our lives in a very profound way. And we have to be ready for that, not only technologically, but also sociologically. So I think this is also very important. And it's also an opportunity for many, again, researchers in our own community that can contribute into that field. And again, well, there are opportunities to fund that kind of research in the framework program.
I'm the anthropologist by my education.
Yes, Adam, what do you think from our point of view as a researcher?
I love the idea of big projects. Think big, act locally. Yeah. So this was an old thing I remember from my childhood. The point is that you know what is the biggest drive for the scientists to do science? It's curiosity. It's nothing else. Come on, it's not money. It's not big projects. And as a scientist, I enjoy my work, but I also try to speak with our people at the institute, and this is why we created these clusters of excellence that change a bit your attitude. So maybe think about the problem, and then think about the solution your group can provide. It's slightly different way. So it's not like I will be doing hydrogen evolution for the rest of my life, because I will probably won't solve the problem. Because we last week we had a wonderful guest from France who showed us wonderful results funded by EU, for example. But at the end, he said that now I will undermine all of my work, because all the catalyst system I created, they will be not bought and taken by the industry, because the energy consumption of my system is too high. So, but I see that in the community, the things are changing. People are not closing themselves in just in the area that they are working on one catalyst, but they try to look on the entire cycle. EU funding helps with this. Also, we try to spread the idea of creating your own companies between the scientists if they have a nice idea, because it's kind of change of your thinking also about your product, about your science. Because if you have a company, the company needs to have some money, so you have to have a product. Even if the product is small, you start to think about the entire life cycle of your solution. So, but I always encourage our scientists to participate in this type of meetings, because it opens your mind and create a network that can solve problems you probably don't even know that they exist. So we are always open.
Thank you so much, Adam. Thank you so much, all of you. We have some questions. We can have the kind of open time. This was the two general issues for all of you. Now I start with some questions from the people from Colombia. Your interest in carrying out projects in difficult areas is a blessing. Okay, what is your particular interest in Guajira? What is what you would like to contribute? Okay, the specific contribution of all of you to La Guajira, apart from.
Okay.
And we will with you, Tomo.
Okay, so yes, obviously the La Guajira is interesting in the first place for everyone related to energy, because of its energy conditions, as I mentioned before. Also, of course, it's very interesting for us to establish the green ammonia plant. Why green ammonia? Because I believe that we should all work with hydrogen, and hydrogen is the future. However, if we think about the reality from the perspective of money, yeah, of finance, how money is moving, systems of financing things to happen, yes. If we recognize this and we take it as kind of one of the assumptions of what we want to do, then, and we will take this as some kind of assumption. It defines what can be done or what can be done in the end of the day. Of course, everything can be done. In the end of the day, money is necessary. So if we understand how money thinks, means how money want to make money, then we mitigate the risks as far as possible. Yes, if we speak about there is no option to sell hydrogen with fixed price offtake contract for long term, like 15, even 20 years, because no one figure out what will be the price of hydrogen in 3 years from now, not in 5 years, not in. Same time, we know that in European Union, at least in 2030, there 2% of it years from now. It's like tonight, from the investment point of view. Yes, it will happen. Yes. Besides, Poland is prepared for this somehow. If maybe 4 years, but only that, 10 years. Yes. So even 3 years is not enough to prepare. So if industry 42% of green hydrogen, for example, when I look at the fertilizers industry in Poland, that's going to be more than 200,000 tons of green hydrogen used for production of. It's enormous. It's enormous. It's 20 gigawatts of renewable energy that must be installed to power this up. This is why it's quite obvious that first of all, this is the market that exists. This market is tangible. This market is predictable in time because of regulations and also the capacities. This is why we decided, okay, green ammonia is the thing that can bring finance, that can convince the financial institution about the mitigation of the risks. And then it comes, then there is a question about the technology. What kind of technology we can use to bring this green ammonia in the lowest possible cost of production, but still not to bring the risk to financial institutions. Yes? So, of course, we have to use the most common, most, let's say, the oldest technologies, both for like alkaline because they are not bankable today yet. Banks are not accepting electrolyzers as a technology that is, you know, put in it. All factors, nothing new. Catalyst, and yes, this is to the create capacities of this. Yes, like billions of tons because of lack of land. I mentioned also acres. We limited something like premium product with much higher deliver who so in general there is a space for innovation because we have to start with something mitigated because new industry without any references, more risk mitigation that already developed industries. But in the time when we're going to scale this up, innovation shall, yes, because we cannot up based on these old technologies. So we are encouraging and we are working with companies with scientific institutions to stimulate them to bring the technologies, the new technologies, according to our needs, our conditions that we have on this kind of plant. And we hope that for the next, let's a stage of scaling up of this project, it will be already usable and bankable. Yes, so that's our hope, because if not, these projects will be very, very expensive all over the time.
I have related to all of you, but also to what you say. Is there something from the technological point of view and or economical point of view very attractive from La Guajira that you can say, because you can say something like that, you can compare you can say, yeah, hey, Colombians, really? Hey, Polish people, really? Hey, go ahead with that. Is something that we should know or be updated?
First of all, I think that when this kind of project comes not only with production capacity and its financial results, but also comes with something that is described in Sustainable Development Goals, ESG, taxonomy, and all the rules to finance things today. Because please remember that world is changing in terms of technology and in terms of business, but also finance right now have new obligations. They have to keep an eye on ESG. They have to keep an eye on carbon footprint. They have to keep an eye on taxonomy. Very soon everywhere else, probably. So to me, non-financial conditions, but evaluated by financial institutions that will be decisive for the rating for the companies and the ability to get financing. Everything goes exactly perfect in a place like La Guajira, where we are not only creating the coherent financial, but we are bringing added value for the local community, for social growth, for economical growth, for energy transition, for depollutioning this area, and so on, to supply the water, first of all, to the people. Yes, so all of these things are the list of things that all financial institutions will be demanding from us starting from 2026, 2027, just now. Yes, so this is why La Guajira is a perfect place to show the real impact and the real change and the real shift which comes along with financial result of these institutions. And that's how these projects will be developed all over the world, everywhere else. In Mauritania, we have exactly the same situation. In Oman, in Jordan, exactly the same situation of bringing water, bringing tackling energy poverty, and so on and so on. Everything is on place, agriculture, and so on.
Thank you, Tomojo. Let's take a look. We have some question from here. What strategy do you think can be implemented to ensure the future of new generation in the face of the closure of the coal mine in 10 years? Wow. Yes, because this region in Colombia is very well known by the coal mine. It's very cheap. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe a small experience from Poland, because we also have coal mines, and some of them were recently closed. Some of them undergo reorganization right now, and this is a big challenge to the community, because I think 10 years is a good time to prepare people to change the things they are doing over the time. And for me, it's interesting from the scientific point of view, because I observe how the universities in Silesia area develop. There are so many students interested in engineering. So these are people who were influenced by parents working in coal mines, people who do know how to do proper work. And this also already happened in rural area in Germany. And my PhD supervisor comes from this area in Germany. And this is exactly what she said to me. People who are influenced by the coal miners, they will be perfect engineers because these are people who know how to do the work. So invest in science. And I also want to take the opportunity to invite students from Columbia to Poland. There is a plenty of PhD opportunities to do in Poland, to learn and also then go around the world. Our PhDs are with PhD from our institute or from any institute in Poland. You can do your work all around the world. So it opens doors.
Thank you.
I don't think I'm able to really respond to the question. I think it's what you mentioned a little bit just a moment ago.
Yes.
I think my sort of key message from that is that in a way you need the business models to really make it, as you say, bankable. But one of the ingredients in those business models is the technology development. It's the breakthrough technologies that, again, the research community can bring. So I think that would be my answer. I think just talking of maybe a regions in transition, we have this privilege of being a part of the EU. So we have a dedicated funds for the regions, cohesion funds, and then just transition funds. So that definitely helps. But as we have learned again from Marina, I mean, at least in the part of the research innovation, we can contribute together and collaborate with the peers from Colombia on developing good technologies that at the end of the day can be, placed either in Poland, Colombia, or wherever you think the money will flow. Yeah.
No, maybe it's the opportunity because, frankly speaking, we have the agreement between the two countries, and even it's only 2 pages agreement. Is you can find 70, 90, 70 something, and 80 is the same agreement. That means we can work on that and put more pages because it's very simple one, and that means it's already the basis. Here is one from the embassy. He can later on explain more about that. It's something that this is kind of things, especially we were discussing with Fernando, our dream, because we came here a long time ago to study, and then it would be very nice to have more collaboration because we have a lot of things in common in terms of different things. And talking about students, for example, yes, it's also very important for us. You can see the Polish students are going to the, let's say, to the companies or less science interested, and then this is something important for us. Yeah. I'm from Brussels. At the point of view of Polish, let's say, participation in project is growing. Yes.
Yeah, luckily and gladly, yes. It's still not at the level that we would like to see, but I mean, we definitely see a progress, and I think it is just a moment now that Europe is celebrating the 40 years of the framework program. It's a bit of a time, and we have to be aware that for us, for Poland, we've been playing in that game, in that league for the 20 years. So we're still sort of let's say, a junior actors on that stage. We're picking up. So that's something that we see as clearly an improvement. Thinking of, for instance, on the sort of a data-wise, we in the history of the Polish participation in the framework program, we accumulated almost at 2 billion euros. 2 million euros. Out of that, almost 700 millions came just in the last 4 years. So that really shows that we're picking up. And I'm also very glad, and this is what I see from in the last couple of years, that I also see a much larger interest of the stakeholders in Poland in looking towards the funding from the EU. There's plenty of sources of money here in Poland. We see the NPN, the NCBR, the regional fund, the cohesion policy that was and still is right for the stage of development. But I think we also see those sort of front runners, the leaders who are definitely looking for some new territories that are expanding and would like to take leading positions in the more of an international context. And that's really good because it actually fuels their interest. And what is important, and I think what will contribute as well into a bigger, in taking a sort of a bigger part of that cake, is also our presence in Brussels. So not ours, this has been there for quite a while, but I think it's the presence of the stakeholders of the community. We do see that, for instance, colleagues from Spain or France and are really vocal and are very present in the Brussels circuits. And I think we would like to do that, and we're sort of developing the ideas how to be there be more profoundly visible. We will have the Polish presidency of the European Union, and it will start on the 1st January next year. It will last 6 months, and it is a moment when that gives us a lot of opportunities for showcasing some good examples and so on. And as a matter of fact, just 2 days ago, I had a discussion with probably someone, both of you gentlemen know, maybe we have a talk after that, with whom we're developing the ideas right now, what kind of opportunities we should create over those 6 months. So to showcase how the Polish research and innovation system can. And I think it is a very clever idea that the colleagues, it's the association of the Polish spin-offs, companies that they have, what we could sort of play of as well is to talk to the big companies or a big industry in Europe and to show how they could contribute from the research community in Poland, and to do that through the sort of a daughter companies in Poland that are not really using that, because the big companies, they have their own sort of also fairly stringent regulations. And it is just right now. I mean, we have seen last week a big report that has been provided by the Commission, so about of the European Commission. We have a group of experts working for Mr. Draghi, who used to be a prime minister and a member at the European Central Bank. And there is this so-called Draghi report on the European competitiveness that shows a lot of those things that we could tap in, also with our ideas and the communities that we have here to develop businesses. And I think there are a couple of good examples that we've just discussed with this colleague of mine that we would like to bring to Europe, and over those 6 months to show. And hydrogen is one of those sectors that seems to be very visible already with a lot of successes. And we would like to show also a lot of some of those ideas within the research sector, and also the region. So sadly that Marcin is no longer here, because this is again a very important area for the Europe to look at the very local point, very local context. So whenever we could show that there is a transfer of knowledge within the region, within the cities, that's a sort of a bio for the community, the parliament, and so on.
Very important news, and also maybe if I can add something to promote Poland in Latin America, because as I know from Colombia, when I am going to the Polish embassy in Bogota, this only, of course, the culture, some concert, some is perfect, but about science, about our possibilities, nothing. I am talking about that means Polish possibilities there in Colombia. It's almost nothing. It's difficult to find this about the Polish Academy of Science. I will discuss, some of the people there. What is the Polish Academy of Science? It's really how many institutes and so on. Is something? Yes, Adam.
So as we have some representatives of the Polish Academy of Sciences and also representatives of the embassy, Poland has a couple of bilateral, and also under the Polish Academy of Science, there is an exchange program, also with some, I would say at the first sight, exotic countries. But as we are all here, we can put forward this somewhere in the gremia that we know that might be the well invested money. There is not that much money. It's typically just the flying cost, and it is enough for most of the scientists. It's just cost of the flight, and the rest will be covered from other grants. So that's something that may be discussed and put forward. It's also at the level of the ministry, but also at the level of the Polish Academy of Sciences.
Also, I think because we are talking about collaboration and bilateral collaboration and also students, but here having Tomojo, maybe Adam, we should invite from time to time people from the industry. For example, Tomojo, here is not so many PhD candidates, but what could be your advice to them? Because we prepare on the high level people here, a very nice science here in our institute, but in Poland it's a very good science. It's excellent. No, to open the startup or continue something.
Yes, Poland has fantastic science. I mean, it's a very high level, and knowledge and experience is great, but at the same time, this transfer from the science to market is not still, let's say, excellent here. Yes, and there is much to improve. What is missing? I mean, I think that what is missing is this practical market and financial perspective, which should be delivered to the people, because sometimes I feel that I saw this many times, the projects that are people working on, and they are passionate about it, but I already know that it will never happen, yeah, because of many things. So having this let's say discussion or some kind of challenge between challenging the scientific ideas with the business and financial world, maybe that could help. It's somehow, also we have to understand that the world has changed right now. I have very good example. I have Japanese. I have very example for Japan. Japan innovation was always evolutionary innovation. So the companies were working on the R&D projects for 30 years, then they were introducing this to the market, and that's how this famous Japanese innovation was going on. And then came the, let's say, I don't know, epoch, yes, of disruption. Yes, that technology comes from nowhere, innovation comes from nowhere suddenly. And if you prepare something for 30, 40 years, you can be sure that you're never going to put this right now, which is the case of Japanese civilization as we speak right now. Yes, they have really nothing to offer to the market. Maybe in scientific world there is a lot, but if you observe what is happening with Japanese production, Japanese innovation on the market, is almost not existent. Some things are happening, but nothing comparing with the rest of the world, the US, China, Korea. I regret to say this as I have Japanese. So I think first we have to understand the world we are living in. Once we are doing things we love, also it's good to know if these things will be useful for the world as it is, not as we dream of, and then probably we can succeed. And also this big transition we are facing, they call it twin transitions, so the digital and energy transition, both of them brings completely another shape of the reality. I can bring you the example of city of Sanok. We are working on with the carbonization of entire heating system. This city fully energy independent in terms of all kinds of energy, not only electric energy, but heating, Sanok, heating, fuels, everything. And also to supply the energy to the industry. The new industrial zone was set up 133 hectares in 35,000 populated Sanok. The company serving this area, their industries, that they will need 10,000 more jobs in 2030. In 2030, which is tomorrow. Yes, this is the local university starting new hydrogen science technology, or whatever you name it. Young people are considering to stay in Sanok, not to go to for somewhere else. I'm always saying that there's this story of 12 wolves in Yellowstone Park, how they changed the environment. This is the carbonization, energy transition can work the same for the local communities. And I hope it's going to happen also in La Guajira in Colombia.
Thank you, thank you. It's a really huge impact when you have this 10,000 people, and yeah, we can have some questions or comments to our panelists from the audience here, or from the virtual people, because we have still some time, 5 minutes or something like that, if you want to ask some questions to our panelists. Yes, Thomas? Or panelists, you can add.
It's not going to be a question, sort of a comment also to what we were just saying, that I think it's quite crucial to talk and to create the conditions so that the scientists and the business can really discuss. And I don't think that that discussion can really undermine the roles that both sides have or want to do. And I think, within the, a good working environment, you will have the people who would like to continue to ask curious questions and to move the research and the science forward, to be bold, to compete with colleagues, to have better ideas and so on. But at the same time, within, you will have people who have a slightly different interests. And those interests might be, how can we use that knowledge that we produce to provide the solutions to the problems that we have. But I really think that from the point of view of a bench-oriented science, I've never seen the problems of the agriculture that in my field of study we could probably develop. And I think it's really important to sit with the colleagues, and not even there to say that we will, as a research community, will give you the answers, or we will tell you, oh, we have solutions for that and that. But I think I would rather sit in a sort of a listening mode and ask the business, what are the limitations that you have? Because if you know what the problems are, or what is actually preventing this big money to invest into something, that maybe you will contribute to overcome that obstacle. And that can still be interesting, stimulating in terms of research that you do, but at the same time, it will allow to pour the money into the system. And I think this is the only thing that we need in this still not mature system in Poland, is to really create the conditions for the discussion, and this will not cost. It's just room, cakes, coffee, and a good atmosphere.
If I may add one example here, because as we are developing green ammonia projects, of course, we are deeply connected with Polish fertilizers industry. And this is a very good example, because maybe I don't know if everyone is aware about this, but our chemical synthesis on ammonia is the best in the world in terms of efficiency of a system optimization. Why? Because in Puławy, a fertilizer plant, there is also Institute of New Chemical Synthesis. They are integrated, and Institute was always working together to solve the problems of ongoing operations on this industrial facility. Yes, and today, because my company, Hinfra, is based on the knowledge from Puławy, we have office in Puławy. The former CEO of Grupa Azot is my vice president. We have all engineering from Puławy. When we are going to any place in the world, like Jordan, Oman, where all the best, the most powerful companies are already there with green ammonia projects, they don't have any chance with us. Really. We are first in Jordan to sign exactly 2 days ago land use agreement ahead of everyone else. We are ahead of everyone else. I'm saying not very humble things, sorry for that, but I have to say it because it's, yes, because we are proud of this achievement of cooperation between Polish science and Polish industry that was lasting since the 1960 all the time. And this is the example how it should work. Because if scientists work separately and industry works separately, they are going in different, sometimes different directions. Yes, so this cooperation should be and solving everyday problems. And this Puławy example is the perfect one, as because no one even knew how potent we are with ammonia synthesis until ammonia didn't become so important. Yes, who cares about ammonia 10 years ago? No one. Yeah, now everyone speaking about ammonia, but most of the investors are coming from oil and gas or renewables. They have no idea about Haber-Bosch, about thermodynamics of this process, about everything. Yeah, so that's the point, and this is the example what we can do together to conquer the world. Thank you.
Olga, do you have
Of course, sorry. I represent healthcare, and I was wondering if you cooperate with the healthcare sector in some capacity. What are the biggest challenges you identify in working with us?
So maybe I will start because maybe industry has anything with the yeah. So yes, we collaborate so with a couple of hospitals. So that's the first thing. So we have a very nice facility within the institute is the International Center for Eye Translational Eye Research, and they develop tools for the eye diagnosis, and they do need real patients, and they need feedback. They construct the OCT apparatus of various generations, and they collect the feedback from the doctors, patients, because it's not only the patient, the diagnosis, but also the ease of use of the device and the quality of images that they collect. But of course, we struggle with various problems in this relation because some hospitals do not see any benefit in this type of, because they have to invest time, the doctors need to work a bit more. But we find partners outside of Poland. For example, London is very interested in the results. So our spin-off is already there, and they installed the first device. We have people working on the bacteria identification, for example, with Raman technology. It's Agnieszka Michota-Kamińska. But so what is the biggest obstacle is that sometimes doctors, they expect already a product, tabletop product, and this what we typically provide is a prototype. So it needs a bit of time, but we break this let's say some problems. So we try to solve the problems with external funding, because the problem is that you need to really create a product that they can bring to the patients. It needs quite a lot of investment, but right now we have a couple of agreements with the hospitals, and it seems it starts to work. We also joined the ETA Health initiative in Europe, which also, and I sent a couple of people from our institute to Eindhoven last month. They learn how to speak with the medical industry, with the medical partners, because they have a bit different expectation. Also the path, the testing path from our ideas and tabletop solution to a real thing that you can sell to people is quite complex and takes time and needs a lot of expertise. And there are not that many people in Poland who knows how to connect science and the medical business. It's quite complex, but it seems that there are at least two companies, and with one of it, we are right now signing a contract so they can bring our solutions to people who perhaps may implement it. So we try to work on this, on this interface between the science and industry. It's not perfect, but we are learning from the best institutions in Europe.
Thank you. I think yes, coming back to the ammonia synthesis, there is no in Colombia ammonia factory. That means Tomojo also we have the opportunity because I know this technology is, by the way, when I was a student in the Politechnika Warszawska, in the books of West's books, they have the picture of the Puave showing up an example of how to produce ammonia. Maybe this is the possibility because ammonia, hydrogen there, who knows? Who knows?
Yes, I think this ammonia, if that would be made in La Guajira with its renewable energy conditions, that would be one of the, let's say, lowest cost of production ammonia, green ammonia in the world. The proximity of Panama Canal, all the logistics to Europe and to Japan, Korea, which are the main markets for the future of ammonia, makes the La Guajira the perfect location for such a project. And the scaling this up in the future will benefit local community in extent that we cannot even foresee as today. I strongly believe, judging from the example of city of Sanok, but of course also the example of our projects in Jordan, in Mauritania, with all the synergies that comes with these projects. For example, in Jordan, we have exactly in the same location the Jordan phosphorus mining company, which gives us phosphorus plus ammonia, gives us opportunity to produce phosphorus fertilizers. The same situation we have in Oman with limestone, exactly on the same plot that we will develop ammonia. So again, it gives us opportunity to produce calcium acid and things like that. So many products that can be exported, that can be delivered to local markets, that can stimulate the agriculture or other industries. This is something very intriguing and stimulating for us.
Yes, I think we can connect. Also, it's a joke as Colombia also says it's well known in synthesis, organic synthesis. That means we can also collaborate each other, and the very specific biomass in Colombia can be transformed to something very good. And it still is unexplored. Yeah, it's
very profitable.
Yes, and also the calls coming, for example, for European Union, Pathfinder, they are emphasized on ammonia production, on urea production, all these things of compounds. That means we are very close to it.
Again, in Colombia, there is an access to biomass and the biogenic, and in the consequence, biogenic CO2, which bring us the possibility of green methanol, green ethanol, and SAFs, whatever, hydrazine, everything, green hydrazine for the space industry, whatever you name it.
Yeah, this is a big lab there.
This kind of small thing like ammonia synthesis plant can open the market for the new industries and for the new supply chains.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I think is nothing else here. As please enjoy me to thanking all panelists, Thomas, Tomojo, and Adam. Thank you so much for this very nice discussion. Really, I appreciate. Yes, thank you so much. Adam, thank you. Now we can move to the second panel. About education and culture. Yes. Fernando will lead this panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and really very fruitful discussions around hydrogen, water, the artificial intelligence, education, international connection, and so on. So now this is the last panel section on education, culture, internationalization, and transdisciplinarity. I'm going to moderate that panel today. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Adelina Calvo Salvador. Okay. Few words about Adelina. In one sec. Adelina Calvo Salvador has a PhD in pedagogy from the University of Oviedo in Spain. She works as a researcher and senior lecturer in the Department of the Education of the University of Cantabria, also in Spain. She's a member of Angel Network, that means Academic Network on Global Education and Learning. Among her research interests are the analysis of the processes, social inclusion and exclusion as well. Okay, gender and education, student voice and school improvement in a quality paradigm. Okay, and thank you very much for being with us, Adelina. Okay, the next participant going to be the headmaster Rector Reyes María Lindao from the Educational Institution of La Paz in Colombia, Guajira. Please come, si puedes venir. And she's gonna have a helpful presentation from the Colombian Embassy. So thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, Juan, for that. So please. Julia, thank you very much, Julia. So you can take a seat. This is my sitting here. Okay, regarding, sorry about that, about the agenda. Okay, Reyes Lindao, okay, is a teacher, the rector, we call it the rector of the primary and secondary school in Colombia, but he's a head mystery for more than 20 years in the La Paz Rural Educational Institution, of which she was the founder. She leads the educational process for roughly 600 students coming, children and young people from Wayu indigenous community. So it's amazing work. She's gonna tell us more about that. So, vision to be 18 in the conservation of the traditions, identity, and language of the Wayu culture, are also being trained in entrepreneurship. Thank you very much for being with us. Muchas gracias por estar acá con nosotros. Also, I would like to invite Olga Rorkowska, Dr. Olga, who is a medical doctor, IBLM certified lifestyle medicine, physician, Medical University of Warsaw, PhD at Medical University of Warsaw, teaching and research assistant at the Department of Transplantation, Immunology, Nephrology, and Internal Diseases, Medical University of Warsaw as well. Vice Chair of the Young Scientists Council at the Medical University of Warsaw, author of workshops, lectures, and publication of lifestyle medicine. Thank you very much for being with us. And also we have Hanya Bridge, PhD in biotechnology. Please come. Bridge Networking Consulting Company as an industrial scientist based in Germany. Okay. She specializes in bridging academic research with industry application with a solid foundation in biology and a PhD in biotechnology. Also try to translate life science and bioeconomy scientific findings into marketable products. Her extensive experience in business, marketing, communication, negotiation empowers her to lead cross-functional teams and drive innovative products to market. So also very interesting in science, diplomacy, and to try to work with us as well and well connected. Thank you very much for being with us in here. So yeah, this is my seat, yeah? Okay, thank you. Oh, very far away, yeah? So many ladies. Oh, I'm blessed among women. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So I'm going to invite you guys, okay, to be part of that. Okay. So I would like to start with Reyes, Maria Lindao. She's going to be in Spanish for her. You can translate, please, into English, okay? ¿Cómo actúa la educación como un pilar fundamental en la preservación de la identidad y la cultura wayú? Could you go to the microphone? Ok. ¿Cómo actúa la educación como un pilar fundamental en la preservación de la identidad y cultura wayú?
Which is influence of on the culture, yes, on the culture, and it's okay. Bueno, cómo influye which influence have education like pillar fundamental to preservation for identification and culture of
Wayú culture. Ok. Reyes, por favor.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Hace como 33 años, más o menos, llegué a mi comunidad indígena y aun cuando soy indígena, porque mi mamá es indígena, no habla nada español, solo...
¿Pero que van a traducir?
Sí,
Entonces,
pero le voy a decir la ideita para
sí.
que la...
Hasta escribiendo.
Okay. Ya nos pusimos de acuerdo. Ok, tranquila. Y mi mamá no habla nada español y mi papá es un arijuna, o sea, es de otra cultura, la cultura occidental. Y pues venía con toda esa confusión sobre lo que era ser una indígena wayú o ser de occidente y qué hacer para poder ayudar respetando lo que éramos.
Okay.
My mom no speak English, and my dad is from another culture. So I had a big problem to choose to which culture I can also I can in which culture I can be. So
Si quieres, traducimos al polaco mejor y yo trataré de decir algo en inglés para que. Listo. Entonces, háblalo.
Okay. En polaco.
Moja mama nie mówi po hiszpańsku. Mój tata jest z innej kultury i jako dziecko we wcześniejszych latach miałam trudność z wyborem, do której grupy powinnam należeć, tak?
Cuando llegué, había mucha miseria mucho dolor, desesperanza, niños muriendo porque no sabían qué hacer, solo lo mecían en un chinchorro y esperar a que muriera. No había simples conocimientos como se está deshidratando, hazle algo para que lo salves. Fue cuando ese Dios en el que yo creo puso en mi corazón pasión y dolor por mi tierra, por mi gente.
Kiedy przybyłam na miejsce, zauważyłam, że jest tam dużo bólu i rozpaczy. Widziałam, jak dzieci umierały i ludzie nie posiadali wiedzy, jak można by ich ratować. I wtedy poczułam taką chęć walki o swoje społeczeństwo, o swoją ziemię.
¿Podemos seguir? Okay. Entonces es cuando me doy cuenta que es la educación lo que al final iba a ser el camino para poder ayudar. Era el camino para poder estructurar el pensamiento sin dejar de ser quienes éramos, indígenas guayú, que debíamos proteger y revalorar lo que somos como indígenas guayú, revalorar nuestra tierra y poder salir adelante.
Kiedy zdałam sobie z tego sprawę, zauważyłam, że jest potrzeba dużo wiedzy i umiejętności, aby walczyć o naszą ziemię, o ludzi, żeby ich uratować.
Dziękuję. Una de las cosas que aprendí en el camino, porque de hecho no fue fácil, o sea, no fue algo que hice de una, sino que en el caminar comencé a descubrir muchas cosas como los capacitas para que salgan de aquí y olviden lo que son. O tú les enseñas a superar algo que vivimos mucho los indígenas guayú, que es la vergüenza cultural. O sea, me avergüenzo de quién soy por lo que vivo, por la miseria, por el dolor, por la discriminación, porque se burlan de lo que soy, mi vestimenta, mi idioma, o mi pensamiento, mi cosmovisión. Entonces se comenzó la tarea de poder revalorar eso, de poder aprender a enseñar cómo amar lo que somos y luego poder ser alguien útil en mi comunidad, primeramente, y luego para ser parte de una globalización. La parte de la globalización comenzó a ser muy, muy importante. Nos preparamos, tenemos que estar allá, sirvo en mi tierra, sirvo en mi comunidad, pero también tengo que estar preparado porque posiblemente tengo que dar un aporte a la sociedad que está allá afuera.
Jedna rzecz, której nauczyłam się podczas tej drogi, było to, jak nauczyć się walczyć z pogardą, która spotyka naszą kulturę, nasz język. Musieliśmy nauczyć się, jak kochać nas samych i jak być częścią całego świata.
¿Sí? Ok, con algo. Han pasado 33 años, yo creo, de haber iniciado ese proyecto. Hemos ya graduado como 5 generaciones de bachilleres. Definitivamente esa idea que un día Dios puso en mi corazón, sí era verdad, lo creí y fue así, porque hoy esa comunidad ha cambiado en muchas áreas. La miseria no está tan arraigada como cuando llegamos. La muerte, definitivamente el nivel de muerte, pues la escala fue superada, pero casi que un 95%. Y el pensamiento de la comunidad en su forma de verse como indígena guayú, pero también como un ser humano con dignidad y con valores, pues definitivamente que sí se dio.
Minęły prawie 33 lata, kiedy nasz projekt powstał. Chcieliśmy walczyć z wysokim czynnikiem śmierci i chcieliśmy posiąść wiedzę, jak być człowiekiem, który będzie z siebie dumny.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. I got the next question to Adelina. Okay. You want to start? Yeah? Are you ready?
Yeah, yeah.
Steady, go. What does your research on global citizenship education contribute to addressing social inclusion and exclusion in education?
Okay, so thank you very much for the question. The perspective of global education make us an important question that how globalization affect our everyday life. So the idea is that it's necessary to rethink critically our interdependence and our ecodependence. So in line with the thought of the very famous Brazilian pedagogue, Paulo Freire, the main of the education is transform the world. So we have to escape out of the banking education, and we have to reorientate our action in a more problem-based education, because we have to try critically literacy of young people. So this perspective is so important to understand inequalities in our world, also to educate in a common value as a humanity, to recognize the importance of diversity, intercultural dialogue, and also, of course, human rights. So if we understand inclusion as the right of everyone to actively participate in our society, from the economical level, I mean, for example, we discuss in this international forum the right to access of a clean water, the right to access of green energy, for example. I mean, from the material to the right of participate as a positive access of education and culture. So inclusion, this is the way to understand the importance that everyone has the same right as a citizen, as an active citizen in our society. So you can see the link between global citizenship education and also inclusion. So global citizenship education is a critical perspective to understand our complex world today. And if we don't analyze how power works in our life, in our everyday life and in our social life, that's impossible, I think, to achieve a more inclusive society. I don't know if this is more or less the idea.
Thank you very much.
Well, and just a little idea more. And as you probably know, the fourth Sustainable Development Goal is quality education. And in this framework, there is the 4-7 target. And according to that, everyone has the right to receive a sustainable development education in order to develop a more sustainable lifestyle. So according to this international agenda, the access of global citizenship education is also a right of everyone. I can do it in Spanish in a short moment for Reyes. Okay.
Thank you very much. And you are connected with what Reyes just said. Okay. And also what Olga told us today. Okay, the lifestyle and so on. Thank you very much for that. So Olga, how can how can incorporating lifestyle medicine like Shinrin-yoku and conscious food choices in health education promote wellness and sustainability?
So, well, these are some small steps we can take. For instance, the Shinrin-yoku concept, which brings us closer to nature and helps us to cherish also what is around us, like the contact with the green parts of our surroundings, of the landscape. And as I said in my presentation, there is solid science proving that it is very healthy. This is very beneficial for our brain, for our bodies. Actually, we know now that the trees, they produce substances that stimulate in a positive way immunological system in our bodies. So the human cells that protect our bodies from like foreign things like bacteria or viruses, actually being exposed to the forest helps us to build up our immune system. So this is definitely something very, very healthy for us. And about the food choices, right? That was the second part of the question, the food choices. Well, that's food production, the whole process of producing food, growing food, transporting food. This is a very big contributor to, for instance, pollution. So meat production, that's a very heavy toll on the greenhouse production, for instance. So making and I'm not like advocating that the whole world turns vegan from one day to another and that we throw away all the meat or dairy from our fridges. I'm not saying this. What I'm saying is that each one of us can make very small but increment gradual choices in our daily food menus. And for instance, we decide that we eat meat only twice a week, not every day, right? And imagine that we all did this, right? That everyone cut down, let's say 1 or 2 days in a week eating meat. Like we take 2 days in a week away eating meat on that day. That's already a very substantial effect on a global scale. So it's about scaling and it's about daily small steps that each one of us can take, because this is something we can really have impact on as consumers. And that's what I'm a very strong believer in, that we really should have the power and we should empower ourselves into making changes, and we should start from ourselves.
Thank you very much, Olga, for your answer. And also, it made me think, about the educational system. So we need to really to learn from the scratch again, to change, these habits and so on. What do you think?
Yes, absolutely. Like it's all about education, and on one hand, it's education that's targeting children at school or in kindergarten, then at school, then higher levels of education, but also adults, right? We as adults, we learn all the time, and we should learn, and we want to learn, and if we are exposed often enough and well enough into certain knowledge, we will somehow incorporate it in our daily choices. So absolutely education on all levels, including adults, including higher university academic education, because we learn all the time.
Everyone has to be, of course, included, as you said, inclusion. Yeah, you want to say something now? Okay, please.
This is important because also the perspective of global citizenship education in Latin America call it planetary citizenship, because the idea is we are not a part of the nature, we are of course nature. I agree with these big ideas or important ideas of the Professor Olga, but I think at the same time to have a more sustainable lifestyle is of course an individual option, but not only. I mean, we live in a very injustice world, so we have to analyze the international chain of production, and we have to analyze the origin of the products that everyday life consumes. And maybe as an individual person, I can read the label of a product, but we don't have the real information of that.
Traceability, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So we have to sum up, or we have to analyze more this problem, not only as an individual, as also as a social, because we live in a globalized world, in a step of capitalism, and I have to be critical of that. That's the idea I have to. So this is not something individual, that's something social and
Yeah,
political. That's the idea. That's something political. Yeah, that's it. And global education analyze the food and our dress, our yes, as a political act.
Well, this is very interesting. So the models that we have for education have to be revised, yeah, in a very detail, and to start, making changes. Of course, it's not only because of the climate change that we are facing, but also due to the challenges that we are facing. And I heard about this, that the Sustainable Development Goals going to be revised, and probably they're going to change because we're not going to meet, the expectations by 2030. So yeah, this is a big thing, and I would like to ask Anya about the system thinking. So we are talking about different disciplines, okay? Interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, international collaboration.
Yes.
But during the lunch, you mentioned about the system thinking approaches that can be used to embrace this kind of
Okay.
complexity
Yes,
in the system, yeah?
I would like to add something. Is of course is question of education, conscientization. What are you eating? How are you eating? Where this come from? But it's also a very economical aspect. We have to analyze the income of the families, how much it costs very healthy food, and how much costs normal food, which is full with sugar and carbohydrates. And I guess I come to the point again, we have to support, or the governments and regulatory have to support more the industry to try to go into the direction of promote more healthy food and better consume, because we consume what we can afford. And there are really people that cannot afford bio and high quality food. Then they prefer to eat pizza, sandwich, instead to prepare also. And this is something that I guess in regulatory should be really very focused on political aspects, because we are in a also an economic slowdown right now, and people is thinking what they are buying, and you can and also young people want to eat more protein. So we need to promote proteins from vegetable based, but they are expensive. They are no, you have to buy quantities among how much it costs. So then people buy chicken, and so you have to buy chicken and pork and etc. So I guess we have to analyze the topic not only in education, but economically. If you support economically, you support in regulatory, you can create better consume. And talking about consume, it's important to analyze and is go to the point. What is the real situation of this end user? Which is what he's thinking, what he needs, which is the taste, what kind of colors, what is attractive for him, what is affordable. And of course, there are technologies like design thinking, like core, like methodology. There are different that right now are in place in, like, for example, in your Institute of Future Developments. And we can really to think more conscient about for what for we are doing this and who is our end customer, and actually to think from the future to the present. It is very, very important, because to develop knowledge and to develop rules and guidelines, but if we don't understand the real situation on the streets of people, And usually people that have money is always a low percentage of the social, social population. But if we are talking about middle class and low class, we are talking about a high number of people. And if you go there, they are eating really bad, and we don't understand, we don't have communication with them. So we have to communicate the preference and to understand a lot the end customer. And there are now methodologies very easy. BERSTIC and the University of Cooperative in Colombia, maybe in Germany, and also here. We can join the groups and to create more how we analyze the end customer in all areas, in the healthcare, in education, and in bioeconomy, in life science, or I don't know, different industries. Because if not, we cannot go to the point. It's my personal.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Olga.
Thank you. To complicate it even more with food, also touching on education, some people don't know how to cook, how to prepare food, and that's a barrier. Children, they have school, they have work, and they don't have time for this. So that's another barrier. So as you pointed out, I think very correctly, is that it's a very multi-layered problem, and also it calls for multiple solutions from different angles.
We like to add, this is a very important point. But now we have also, I guess, we have to understand the roles in the society. And we have, when we want to structure a family, both partners, they have really to understand that they have to prepare food at home and to optimize the time, because always you say, I don't have time. No, you have to get time and distribute the time also for the quality of life of your family. And also you can buy a Thermomix, or you can buy, there are different, the robot to make vacuum and etc. And every time the industry are doing this with more people, it's not too expensive. It still is elite that are using it, but these are things that could make the life more easy and take time for the table. It is very important. And I guess it's something that actually at universities and all the, institutions related with education should also face, try to play more multitasking persons. You are scientists, yes, but you and you go home and help and take care and cook and to prepare a nice food. How lovely it is for everyone.
Green chemistry. Yes.
It's also I guess it's more humanization and be conscious that all this is a quality of life that is also related.
Yeah, it's really very interesting. And so I remember when I was a child, we used to have this was a topic called education for house or something like that. And I remember the teachers, teaching us how to cook in general, but this disappeared from the curriculum. It's amazing why it's happening right now like that. Yeah. Yeah. We're different skills, for life. Yeah, the normal life.
Lovely things with your hands, handcraft, and this is that get value, but it's missing. And people who are doing this now is quite also, you have time, is also very appreciated, but it's not common. So I guess we have to include this again in the curriculum, yes, how to lead a high quality of life. It's not only food, but it's also optimize your economy, how you optimize your economy and get time for everything, and your 8-9 hours sleep, which is also very important.
Sorry, I don't know if Reyes can add something because I want to add something of this idea, but maybe she want to add something. Okay, me encantaría. Ay, muchas gracias, Adelina. Hace 30 años, si alguien hablara de lo que habla la doctora Olga, eso es algo que no significaba nada. La educación tiene un poder para transformar. O sea, un mundo donde hay miseria necesita educación. La educación es lo que al final a los seres humanos nos enseña a cómo cuidar el planeta, a cómo ser y tener el sentido para la vida. De hecho, solo hasta hace 2 o 3 años en la institución educativa rural La Paz se pudo hablar con claridad que la comunidad indígena con sus hijos que ya están estudiando podían entender temas como aliméntate bien, utiliza bien todo lo que te provee el planeta. O sea, aprender cómo cuidar las cosas que tenemos, lo poco que podría de pronto producirnos la tierra ya. Manejar residuos es un tema que nosotros ya tratamos, pero eso fue posible cuando en la institución educativa rural La Paz se pudo ser consciente de una buena educación. Porque de hecho, algo que también encontrábamos allá, algo que encontré hace 30 años antes de llegar a ese lugar, era educación es solo enseñar a leer y a escribir. Solo aprende a escribir y tu nombre, a firmarlo, pero no, o lees, pero no decodificas, no sabes lo que significa. Es aprender otro idioma. Entonces el reto, o sea, yo estoy entendiendo lo que está pasando aquí de poder comunicarnos con personas que hablamos diferentes idiomas. Entonces el reto era respeta tu idioma, ámalo, pero tienes que aprender otros idiomas. Y yo hoy estoy viviendo eso. Sí, y aprende porque tienes que ser parte de esa globalización y tienes que ser parte de eso bueno que tiene muchos científicos que estudian mucho y te lo quieren enseñar, tienes que recibirlo para poder mejorar tu entorno, para saber comer planeta, para poder acceder a proyectos como el doctor Tomojo, porque si no eso se vuelve grande, porque no entiendo para qué es eso o no lo necesito, estoy bien como estoy, he aprendido a vivir en la miseria, no necesito que me saques de eso.
To, o czym mówiła pani Agata, 30 lat temu właściwie nie miało znaczenia. I tutaj właśnie było wspomniane, że świat potrzebuje edukacji. Ta edukacja jest ważna, przede wszystkim dlatego, że dzięki niej możemy dowiedzieć się, jak dbać o planetę. Tak, to głównie to. Od 2 lat w tej instytucji ludzie mogą poznać właśnie takie kwestie, jak zdrowo się odżywiać, jak szanować to, co daje nam właściwie świat, to, co mamy wokoło siebie. Jednak to wszystko jest dzięki dobrej i wysokiej edukacji. Wcześniej edukacja to opierała się tylko na czytaniu i pisaniu. Właściwie nie wiadomo było, co znaczą resztę informacji, które mieliśmy zapisane. Ludzie potrafili tylko napisać swoje imię i nazwisko, nic więcej. Ważna jest też znajomość języków obcych. Musimy szanować swój język ojczysty, ale także nie zapominać o tym, że języki i inne języki też są ważne. Przede wszystkim dlatego, że musimy pamiętać, że jesteśmy częścią świata i także w przypadku, kiedy spotykamy się z uczonymi, warto zwrócić uwagę na to, że w większości przypadków chcą nam przekazać wiedzę, którą otrzymali. Także musimy zważyć na to, że nauka języków obcych też odgrywa tutaj ważną rolę.
Dziękuję bardzo. Adelina?
Thank you. Thinking about global education with a gender perspective, that's important to highlight the necessity of reorientating the curriculum with the idea of the ethical of care, that we have to rethinking our relationship with ourselves, our relationship with the others, and of course, our relationship with the planet in general. That means our relationship with human and non-human lives. So that's important to reevaluate these care words, this ethic of care. For example, take care of someone who is ill, cooking at home, also cooking in a school if we have a kitchen, because in the majority of school, the kitchen was disappeared. Why? Because we understood food as in an international market. So in the moment that food and other important things for our everyday life go into the market, we are in trouble, I think. So I think that's so important to rethink these little things in our everyday life, but they are crucial. Otherwise, the capitalism start to be present in our simple gesture in our life. And I think we have to rethink about that.
Thank you very much, Adelina. Really, food. We have a very good dinner last night, yeah. So, food, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we want to share later some recipes.
Recipe, yeah. No, but we have very good food and also very good company, speaking different languages on the same table. So it was very good atmosphere last night. And the gastronomy from here, from Poland, is amazing. So it's good, really good. We are setting up a restaurant in Colombia, a Polish restaurant. So you're very welcome. Investor, we need investors to that. Okay, I'm going to ask a question to Reyes. Okay. ¿Qué papel desempeña la educación en facilitar el emprendimiento y promover la autosuficiencia dentro de la comunidad wayú?
Okay. Una de las cosas más difíciles.
Reyes, si me esperas para que ella diga la pregunta en polaco.
Jaką rolę odgrywa edukacja w otrzymaniu takiej świadomości i promowaniu własnej świadomości w komunikacji, w społeczności waju?
En la zona donde estoy, donde es una zona totalmente indígena, la zona de Manaure es una zona donde la influencia del 90% es indígena. Los de Occidente que están son personas que llegaron porque hay sal, porque se explota sal, porque hay otras cosas. La educación no era algo que era serio, no lo era. De hecho, yo luego con el tiempo entendía de que la base de la miseria del lugar consistía en la falta de educación. El reto grande fue de que allí pudiéramos encontrar maestros que supieran enseñar. Eso fue un desafío total. Y fue comenzar a esos que se proponían como maestros, enseñarles a enseñar. Entonces, parte de ese proceso de muchos años fue comenzar a desarrollar conceptos de educación contextualizados, o sea, que pudiéramos mirar y enseñar realmente para la vida y enseñar cosas muy, muy reales. Y comenzar a estructurar el pensamiento de tal manera que pudieran ellos vivir eso que estábamos intentando enseñar. Pero el reto comenzó en los maestros, enseñarle a los maestros, porque ellos, nadie se los enseñó y ellos pues solamente estaban en un criterio de educación muy, muy básico. Entonces, pues lógicamente para enseñarle a este pueblo a poder, de hecho, desarrollar su arte, sus conocimientos de artesanía, sus conocimientos de medicina ancestral, por decir, por su forma de mejorar su calidad de comer, algo tan sencillo como eso, utilizando lo que tenían y de la correcta, realmente fue un reto. Entonces nosotros comenzamos a desarrollar procesos pedagógicos contextualizados. Y bueno, 30 años luego de eso, pues creo que ya vamos por buen camino. El énfasis de la institución educativa Rural La Paz es el emprendimiento, y de hecho una cosa que estamos, en lo que estamos creyendo mucho, en lo que estoy creyendo mucho es que si el doctor Tomojo, por decir, te llega con un proyecto acá, la Universidad Cooperativa de Colombia, vienen con un tipo de proyectos como estos, que de hecho las autoridades tradicionales, guayú, pudieran entender lo que significa eso, poder entrar dentro de esos proyectos, apoyarlos, más no, hay una característica que pasa en los pueblos indígenas, es que yo sé que a ti te conviene hacer ese negocio, ven y yo te saco de eso, pero no está pensando en su bienestar, no está pensando en el bienestar de la comunidad. Es algo que es algo muy doloroso, que ocurre mucho. He visto caerse grandes proyectos por ese tipo de pensamiento. Y entonces el colegio, La Paz, no respondo por otros, pero allí nosotros que estamos como en el centro de las comunidades indígenas, enseñamos a los estudiantes y a sus papás y a las autoridades tradicionales que son en este caso, pues son las personas como las autoridades dentro del territorio, y son ellos los que al final se sientan para poder aprobar o desaprobar un proyecto. Entonces, siempre tratamos con el colegio de hacer todo un engranaje donde todos estemos para enseñar a co-crear, para enseñar a construir juntos. Entonces, esa es como una parte que es muy del corazón de la institución educativa rural La Paz.
Muchas gracias.
Tam, gdzie mieszkam, wcześniej edukacja nie była ważna, nie była istotna. Po czasie dopiero zrozumiałam, że bieda wynikała właśnie z braku edukacji. Dla naszej instytucji wcześniej znaleźliśmy nauczycieli, którzy po czasie pokazali nam, nauczyli nas, jak świadomie możemy żyć, jak możemy rozwijać sztukę, którą mamy, jak możemy rozwijać również medycynę, czy po prostu używać tego, co mamy wokół siebie, aby produkować zdrową żywność. Jesteśmy na dobrej drodze do rozwijania tego. Wierzymy też, że jeśli przyjdzie do nas naukowiec z pewnym projektem, ludzie w naszej społeczności zrozumieją to, będą wiedzieć, jak wdrożyć dany pomysł w życie i nawet pomóc w tym procesie. Są możliwości, aby tworzyć inne projekty, a my w naszej instytucji uświadamiamy uczniów, zarówno uczniów, jak i ich rodziców, że razem jako wspólnota możemy stworzyć coś dobrego dla świata.
Dziękuję. Adelina, okay, another question here related to this global learning, okay? How do you integrate student voice in your research on school improvement within that context, global learning?
Well, global citizenship education is not only a philosophical perspective. I think that's also a possibility or a tool to rethink our learning methods and also the way we research. So, for example, in order to improve our understanding related to this global world, it is necessary to think about more active methodology, more creative and more inclusive. For example, we talk about services learning, we talk about critical media literacy, or we talk about other methodology in which we try to diversify languages, because our teaching processes are very focused on writing and less focused, for example, in analyze images, in movement images or photos, for example, or how to integrate theater as a languages to learn about global issues. At the same time, I think global citizenship is also a tool to rethink our research, and we work from the student voice perspective. We mean students as a core research. So from the paradigm or from the field of citizen science, the idea is how to research with young people, accompany different process to decide what thing worries you in your personal life, in your city, in the world. So we try to create a link between the global, the local, and the global, and the global to the local. And I think if we start with our own stories, personal stories, this is the best point to start a new way to reorganize our teaching and our research in a more creative, inclusive, and participatory way. Because every person has a particular experiences, has a particular story, and also is a part of the global history. And this is important for us. So we work in the field of biographical method, and that's so important. And I think also for this kind of chemical engineer research, that's so important to listen to the communities and every person in every community, because all of us are a culture in common, but we are very different one from another. And I think this difference is, this diversity is really important in research and also in teaching.
We are creating knowledge as a community, you know, in general.
Yeah, that's it.
Olga wanted to say something.
I just very liked what you said about each one of us has a story, and it really resonates for me with medical practice, because we as doctors, we have to stay curious about our patients and about the individual story behind the person. So we also have to stay non-judgmental and just have this craving to find out more about the person, to connect with the person, to empathize. To feel to put ourselves in the shoes of another person, and it really helps to do our practice. So it also very much extends to medicine.
Empathy, yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh, it's so important. You know, for design thinking, they call it empathy map characterization before you starting, you know, really to understand the problem. Yeah, you starting really listening to the person carefully, paying a lot of attention, few words, but listening a lot, very active, you know, listening. Hanya?
Nowadays we are talking about neuropsychology, and I guess it's very important to learn, to analyze, to be creative, not to memorize. No, I guess we need an update now. We have really a lot of application, artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, and etc., who are improving results. But we need now to learn how to analyze and how to be creative, because in the term of bioeconomic, and if we want to recycling, and if we want to understand or to get more contact with the nature, we have to understand our value also there, what we get, what we receive. and how to listen the silence, the wind, to enjoy the colors. We have to be very creative, and this is very important to contact the conscience and to add value of what we are doing. People are going to feel more happiness doing things because it's a more realization, and then start to sleep better, to more conscious about I have to receive better food, or I have to improve my quality of life. But it's to learn in education, not to memorize, to analyze and to be creative, because science and bioeconomy and all of the things is the base of this is creation. Think different, but not be different.
Out of the box. Yeah. Okay, you want to
No,
conclude?
I was waiting for Reyes because maybe she want to add something or.
Reyes, ¿quieres decir algo con respecto a esto? No. Okay, Olga. Okay, this is your turn. Now, what role can physicians play in promoting both personal and planetary health through education and cultural change?
First of all, physicians and other healthcare professionals, we should be humble and say, okay, we don't know, we have to learn about this topic. There is so much more than just medicine, which, as wonderful as it is, there is so much more outside of our little bubble. And I think a lot of physicians are still struggling to grasp this concept, to go out of our own area of expertise. And then because planetary health and sustainability and renewable energies, this is something really outside of the box. And this is something we have to train in physicians. So also through these kind of interactions and interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary initiatives that we have, just like this conference, this is a great opportunity to show to my colleagues and myself how much more there is out there. And so once we realize this, and also how much interconnected this is with nature, but also with industry, with pollution and so on, then when we realize this, we can start talking about this to our students. And there is a concept of hidden curriculum in teaching, in medical education, but I think in other education as well, that we not only teach certain subjects like pulmonology, cardiology, or rheumatology, but we also teach how to be a decent human beings as doctors. Okay, this is our role. We are supposed to be role models, and we see that young people really observe us. Not only what we say about like medical scientific stuff, but they also observe us how we approach the person, how we approach the nurse, how we talk to the staff of the hospital, how we manage problems, how we talk to the students, how we react to problems and to stress. This is hidden curriculum, and this is so much important that we also, by our own beliefs and our own views, and this encloses also sustainability, how we influence the young mind. Because I see this a huge privilege to be involved in education, but this is also huge responsibility.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And we're talking about soft skills as well. For instance, we have in engineering the hard skills, the mathematics and design and so on, but we are so good at producing, solutions, technical solutions for the for the communities, but we don't know how to, start working with the community and to really to understand, the problem.
But to understand, you have to start doing it. Very often, there is theory, but then there is practice, and that's important. But also, I think coming back to your main question, because I don't feel I really answer it, how to incorporate. I took a free flow. So I think regarding renewable energy and planetary health and sustainability, I think first we should train our doctors to think about it, but then we should also have this movement from the governance of the academia that, okay, this is important topic, they need to recognize it, and we have to start implementing it in our teaching, okay? And we provide resources, books, or some courses online, like I showed in my presentation. We train our doctors, and once they are trained, they will start talking about it.
You know, Olga, the mental model have to be changed. I mean, you said about to be humble, humility. Sometimes when you are a professor at the university, you don't want to listen to anyone. So also to recognize, you know, the knowledge coming from instance, from the communities, indigenous communities, ancestral knowledge, okay, has to be taken into account, you know, because we sometimes we are so arrogant that we may think that we know the solution before, you know, understanding the problem, the real problem. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So this is the thing you want to say. Here, Reyes.
Gracias.
We need to be humble. We need to listen to Reyes, okay? Okay.
Ya estoy como cogiéndole ritmo a la cosa, captando. Sí. Sí, de hecho, como aportando un poquito a lo que dicen nuestras compañeras, no sé cómo decir. Para nosotros realmente ser responsables de mejorar la calidad de vida de una comunidad, nosotros tenemos que ser apasionados. Tenemos que amar eso. Y para poder hacerlo y poder mostrar eso es que tú tienes que volverte un investigador. Tú tienes que leer, tienes que estar dispuesto a dar mucho más de aquello de un horario de trabajo. O sea, tienes que dar eso que tú, que hace que te duela el corazón porque ves que eso no cambia, pero tú tienes que buscar la forma. Algo que también me lo digo todos los días es tener mucha humildad. Es la humildad de que oigo a Adelina y lo que ella me da y lo que ella vivió. Si vamos a ver, te escucho. Lo que dice Jania, lo que dice la doctora Olga, lo que dicen todos aquellos que han pasado por ese camino. La humildad es muy importante si nosotros realmente queremos ser maestros, transformadores de una sociedad. Algo que me costaba de pronto mucho en el caminar era llegar como al punto de cómo hacer para que en esa comunidad pudieran llegar a un nivel de vida mejor sin dejar de ser quienes eran, sin dejar de ser quienes somos, perdón. Y poder crear como asignaturas o cátedras que fueran para la vida. Algo tan sencillo como cómo haces para tener tu casa limpia, que eso es importante dentro de educarte. O sea, cómo haces para, sencillamente, si vas a otra ciudad, tú sí sabes qué hacer para el manejo del agua cuando nosotros no tenemos agua. Cuando un guayú no se baña, no porque no le guste bañarse, es que no hay, porque el poquito de agua que puedes conseguir es para hacer un alimento que se llama chicha, y ese sirve para tomarlo o un poquito de café. El resto pues es muy difícil, tienes que caminar o tienes que ir en bicicleta muchos kilómetros para poder conseguirte 2 pimpinas de agua para una familia de 8 personas. O sea, y es algo real, no es una historia triste que uno cuenta, no, es algo muy, muy, muy real. De hecho, en la institución nosotros aprendimos cosas como hay que poner oasis en puntos estratégicos. Para mí un oasis es un tanque con tapa, con agua, con un cucharón y vasos. Entonces el niño, tenemos que, como el agua también en el colegio es oro, entonces 3 veces tienes que llegar en la mañana, toman agua después de hacer ejercicios, luego la de recreo y a la salida. A mí me tocaba sensibilidad de ver niños haciendo filas con un botelito en la mano. ¿Por qué? Porque tomaba agua y le llevaba un poco a la mamá. Caminar 3 y 4 kilómetros, eso significa caminarte 2 o 3 horas para llegar a la casa porque el colegio les queda, pero eso era como su vida, por eso iban al colegio. O sea, es una cosa tremenda. Entonces te tiene que tocar el corazón para tú entonces volverte investigador y que eso sea real, que realmente tú quieras que esa persona cambie su vida y que esa persona cuando estén un poquito más grande, que ya puedan salir, sepan qué hacer para que esa historia no se repita en su generación. Entonces ese es el reto realmente de la educación en la zona donde estoy, la zona indígena Guayú.
Muchas gracias, Reyes. La traducción.
Musimy być odpowiedzialni, znaczy jesteśmy odpowiedzialni za jakość swojego życia. Ważne jest to, żebyśmy czytali i żebyśmy szukali na każdej drodze, w każdym momencie rozwiązań, takich jak nauka słuchania drugiej osoby. Również to, tutaj była własne wspomnienie, to, co mnie kosztowało dużo, żeby dojść do tego, dużo mnie kosztowało, żeby dojść do tego miejsca, w którym jestem teraz. Teraz w naszej wspólnocie możemy żyć lepiej bez rezygnowania z samych siebie. W naszym życiu jest wiele sytuacji, w których musimy poświęcić coś, aby osiągnąć nasz wyznaczony cel. Musimy przecierpieć, odczekać pewien czas, aby osiągnąć to, co zamierzyliśmy. W naszej szkole jest to trudne dla nas jako nauczycieli, widząc dzieci, które muszą dojść czy dojechać do szkoły rowerem bardzo wiele kilometrów, ale uczymy ich to, że jeśli teraz zdobędą tą wiedzę, jak poświęcić coś, czy jak przecierpieć pewien czas, aby osiągnąć swój cel, przyszłe pokolenia również zdobędą tą wiedzę i w naszej społeczności będzie żyło się lepiej.
Dziękuję bardzo. Also, Reyes mentioned that some of the young lads are going to the school just to gather a bottle of water because there is no water. They are going there just not to be educated, just to have that bottle of water, to drink water and also to bring water to their family. So it's really very, very, I have a feeling about that. Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, related to the intervention of, to the thoughts of Reyes, there is an academic from India called Appadurai who talk about the right to research. So according to this idea, everyone has the right to be trained, to access to the knowledge to understand better their context. And this is the first step, better your context, knowledge, to know better your context in order to take better decision of your life. So I think this is a similar idea that Reyes told us. And related to the ideas of Olga, about the role of the doctors, the role of the teachers, and the role of the communities. I'm not completely sure if this is a European project, but in Galicia, in the north of Spain, a group of general doctors try to analyze the quantity of pills take their patients. And there are, of course, very old people because Europe is very, in Europe, the level of very, well, Europe is very old. Yeah. And they try to reduce the quantity of medicine people took. So they organize very simple ideas, I think, and they organize work. So they create groups of patients to go outside their own houses to a walk in a green area, and also to talk in banks, in public banks. And you see the level in the bank. This is bank is for talk. If you sit down, you talk with an unknown people. And after some months, I think less than a year, the quantity of medicine that those people took, they reduce a lot. So this is another idea about the importance of the community, the importance of the collective, the importance of the relationship, and the importance of thinking together of the same problem from different points of view or from different academic knowledge or academic fields. For example, if we thinking about the role of the schools in this example of the project, imagine if we create a relationship between older people and young people to tell their story. And well, this is another project. And at the end, we are a positive impact in our quality of life. And I think this is the objective of this discussion, I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I would like to address one question to Hanya. Given your expertise or extensive experience in bridging academic research and industry, how do you propose fostering international collaboration between academia, industry, and government to accelerate innovation in the hydrogen and bioeconomy and drive sustainable development in both Europe and Colombia, and even Bijan?
And even? Yeah.
China and Asia and so on.
Thank you very much. Okay, great question. Yes. Okay, we have to start again to continue doing what I just started, actually. BERSTIC, in my opinion, should create a model in La Guajira. We have a real situation described by Regis. And if biotechnology and bioeconomy and the scientists working with the technicians and with the communities can create and can change the environment and create a sustainable town living in, so that get water, that use the natural resources, water, wind, and light, and start to, I mean, we have a lot of technology available in Europe that they can, to try to grow plants in these dry conditions, to create a small greenhouse, at least for some plants, to create a mini economy. And we show this project, successful project in Europe, and we try to add more partners from big players like Germany, United Kingdom, like France, because you are building now the diaspora in Europe, and we add to you. I guess this is a very good start and a very good example, because La Guajira in Colombia is a nowhere place, or have been a nowhere place for a long time, historically. Also, if we, with our knowledge, help that the native ones recover the proud of being themselves, and also to communicate in other language, but continue to be proud, is a high win. So bioeconomy is there, biotechnology is there. In Germany, we have really groups of people start up, I guess, in green technology, in green energy, are around 6,000 companies are on the market. We need to contact them. We need to find a good partner. So we need more representation of BERSTIC in my case, in my area, which is Germany. And we need to, to go into another arenas. So slowly, the logarithmic grow up, start. It's not a process. We have to support the generations are coming with these ideas. It's very lovely and very realistic to visit the Guajira, to live this sun, to live the hydration, to live in you are not, comfortable at all. No, something is coming. But if you live and you get the feeling, then you contact. I'm living in Germany. I'm not traveling, so I'm traveling to Colombia once per year, and etc. And I have to understand what can I do from Europe for this region. So this is what I create, bridge networking. Then I say I can only contact to create business. I can, and I guess every person have to understand. I cannot be there and sit with the people and because I'm very far away, but I can do for them something from here. And I guess this is very important, but I know the region. I'm more or less coming from the region. And so, I mean, I don't know if I answered you.
Not yet. No, I'm joking. No, thank you very much.
No,
No,
but-
no, but good. We are
Big
approaching.
question.
We are approaching the end. Yeah. Or these are great and really very fruitful discussions. But I would like to finish off with Reyes. Really to ask her how she started, that school in the middle of nowhere, in a desert. What was the motivation? She talked about the motivations. So I would like to hear from her, the whole story. We're talking about experiences in here, no? To share experiences that could attract, inspiration to others and really to be part of the change. Reyes, si nos puedes contar cómo fue toda esa historia, ¿sí? De la escuela, que llegaste allá sin haber nada, cómo fue ese mensaje, esa conexión con ese poder superior, la naturaleza o con ese superior que tú crees, Reyes. Gracias.
Ok. Bueno, yo sé que científicos no les gusta hablar de Dios, pero a mí sí. Porque de hecho fue eso, fue mi corazón, mi fe, lo que de hecho me salvó y creo, me dispuse en ese momento para salvar a los que más puedo. Y bueno, yo pues soy guayú, pero mi papá era arijuna. Pues podemos saber qué es arijuna, ¿verdad?
Sí, Arijuna
Es de las otras culturas,
sí,
es
que no es guayú.
occidental, sí, que no es guayú. Y él pues siempre nos sacó, él no le gustaba que viviéramos en medio del dolor del guayú, de la miseria, vamos a decir, para resumirlo. Y siempre estudiábamos en Bogotá, en Barranquilla y todo. Y de hecho yo crecí como con esa soberbia. No me gustaba la Guajira, menos ser maestra. Eso era nada que ver, porque ser maestro en la Guajira era lo peorcito que podía haber de ser como profesional. Pues toda esa mentalidad como errada estaba en mí. Pero un día cualquiera, ese Dios en el que creo con todo mi corazón, me llevó de vacaciones a La Guajira, y cuando yo sentí que no tenía sentido estaba trabajando en una buena empresa, estaba haciendo mis estudios de la universidad, pero sentía que nada tenía estaba vacío todo, no tenía sentido. Yo comencé a decirle, hablaba con Dios y le decía, necesito que me des un regalo de cumpleaños, 20 de marzo, que cambie mi vida y le dé sentido, si no, quiero morirme. Ah, bueno, ok. Ok. Me detienes.
Pierwsze co, to wiem, że naukowcy nie lubią mówić o Bogu, jednak ja muszę powiedzieć to, że wiara mnie uratowała. Wcześniej nie lubiłam miejsca, w którym mieszkałam, ale jednak kiedy zaczęłam wierzyć w Boga i zaczęłam myśleć o tym, co mnie spotkało, wróciłam do swojego miejsca urodzenia, zrozumiałam, że to, co do tej pory robiłam, przykładowo pracowałam w jednej z firm, wcześniej przed tym wszystkim, przed wiarą w Boga, moje życie było puste.
¿Tradujo bien? Sí. Bueno, yo siempre digo, el peligro de traducir es que realmente están diciendo lo que tú estás diciendo.
Resumido.
Ok. Y bueno, yo pienso que ocurrió como ese milagro en mí, porque ese 20 de marzo yo regresé a la playa y estaba mirando al cielo así, esperando que algo llegara, me hubiera aplastado de hecho. y yo que no pasó nada, pero pasó algo en mi corazón, en mi ser, como en esos días, es que comencé a sentir como que me importaba el dolor de los demás. O sea, comencé a mirar cosas que antes no veía, cuando huía como de ese lugar tan árido, y comenzó a dolerme los que se quedaban ahí. Comencé a sentir, comencé a hacer preguntas como, ¿cómo hacen para tomar agua? ¿Cómo hacen para bañarse? ¿Dónde están los niños? Comencé a hacerle preguntas a mamá acerca de eso y ella comenzó a darme respuestas que me dolieron. Y yo digo que nosotros, pues, yo soy licenciada en etnoeducación con énfasis en ciencias sociales, pero eso yo lo hice después, como a los 3 años, de entender lo que significamos nosotros para el mundo, ¿verdad? Somos transformadores.
20 marca, kiedy byłam na plaży, coś się zmieniło w moim sercu. Zaczęłam zauważać to, że obchodzi mnie cierpienie innych, że zaczęłam zwracać uwagę na cierpienie innych. Kiedy zapytałam mojej mamy, gdzie ludzie z ulicy się myją albo gdzie są dzieci, jej odpowiedzi, które usłyszałam, zabolały mnie. Zrozumiałam, porque sí, yo no recuerdo que luego, después de su mamá ha dicho así y tú entendiste que
quería quedarme ahí para ayudar.
I zrozumiałam to, że powinnam zostać w tym miejscu, aby też również doświadczyć tego bólu i później pomóc innym.
Sí, gracias. Bueno, y no, nunca más pude irme. Yo renuncié a mi trabajo en Barranquilla, renuncié a mis comodidades, renuncié a tener agua dulce y me quedé allí con mi gente. Y comencé a hacer lo que yo nunca pensé iba a hacer. Comencé a ser maestra. Y comencé yo recuerdo que yo ya tenía que irme para mi trabajo, irme para la ciudad. Y yo dije, no, pero nadie lo sabía, yo estaba en mi corazón y en la iglesia, donde yo adoro a mi Dios, yo me levanté y dije, quiero dar un anuncio. Si alguien quiere que yo le enseñe a sus niños a entender español, para mí era importante eso, que entiendan español para que sean parte de un país, para que sean parte de un mundo y lo entiendan. Y a leer y a escribir. Yo los espero mañana en algo que era como una escuelita, pero que el Estado construyó, pero estaba ahí. O sea, sencillamente un político lo construyó, pero no tenía el uso, estaba allí. Entonces yo limpié el lugar y le dije a ellos, el que quiera hacerlo, los espero allá a las 7 de la mañana. A las 7:30 de la mañana había una fila de más de 150 niños con sus padres esperando, y así comenzó la historia de lo que hoy es la institución educativa rural La Paz, donde albergamos más de 600 estudiantes, y no tenemos más porque a partir de ese proyecto yo atendía más de 3.500 niños a partir de ese proyecto. Pero pasaron cosas muy buenas que hicieron que, como era tanto trabajo, comenzaron a salir de allí, colegios pequeños de allí comenzaron a organizarse. Pero fue un reto de más de 3.000, 4.000 niños que tuve que atender por 3, 4 años mientras tocábamos el corazón del Estado para que comenzara a mirar y dar educación de verdad. No eso que había antes, que solo palitos y bolitas, sino realmente educación. Y bueno, aquí estoy. Nunca más me pude ir, 33 años, algo así, y aquí estoy.
Ahora la traducción.
Sí. Tak w skrócie. Nie mogłam już wrócić do tego życia, w którym byłam. Musiałam zostać w rodzinnym mieście, musiałam zrezygnować z dotychczasowego życia. Nigdy nie myślałam, że będę nauczycielką. Nikt również nie znał mojej decyzji, którą podjęłam w kwestii utworzenia szkoły. W kościele, do którego chodzę, pewnego razu stanęłam na środku i zaproponowałam, że możemy nauczyć dzieci zarówno języka hiszpańskiego, jak i czytać i pisać, żeby mogli być później częścią świata. Powiedziałam, Czekam na nich następnego dnia o 7 rano. Przyszło bardzo dużo dzieci z rodzicami, których później poznałam historię. Teraz mamy 3-4 tysiące dzieci, którzy potrzebują nauki i którzy chcą się uczyć.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much really for this very nice discussion. Thank you really for you. An applause, please.
From La Guajira, Colombia to Warsaw, Poland, our mission of sustainability continues. At the final event of the 4th International Congress on Biorefineries and Renewable Energy supported by ICT, we will bring together innovators, technology developers, researchers, local, regional and national governments, and representatives of the Wayu community to present solutions to the challenges of sustainable development in La Guajira, Colombia. These challenges were identified by different stakeholders. That is why in Warsaw we will address disruptive ideas and solutions on empowering our communities in new technologies, improving our technological infrastructure from the ground up, ensuring a continuous and affordable supply of clean drinking water, developing sustainable hydrogen projects, contributing to Colombia's just energy transition, promote global collaboration and diplomacy in science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship to generate alliances to address these challenges. We thank everyone who has contributed to this process. The revolution of sustainable development in La Guajira has begun, and all of you are a fundamental part of this change. Our next meeting will be on 20 September for the final event. Together we can transform ideas into concrete actions. We look forward to seeing you to close this cycle of innovation and sustainability.